My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GBNews.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Travel chaos is being described as the new normal as delays continue at the port of Dover.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 24th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK on your TV, your radio and online, of course, and these are your top stories today.
More queues at Dover as travellers wait up to 7 hours to get to France. 3,000 lorries, meanwhile, remain parked on the M20, forcing holidaymakers to use just one single lane to try and get to the port.
The Tory leadership contenders shift focus to border control. Rishi Sunak pledging to cap the numbers of refugees that reach Britain. Liz Truss promising to send more migrants to Africa. Are either of them appealing to you?
Monkeypox is declared a global emergency. The World Health Organization has said so. There are currently over 2,000 cases of the disease in the UK. And whilst anyone can get monkeypox through close personal contact, at the moment most cases identified so far have been amongst gay and bisexual men.
Now, as ever, we'd love to hear from you. Anything you want to talk about today, whether it's the main stories of the day or something just a little bit lighter, where you are, what you're up to. Always a delight to hear from you, so do get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. There is a lot of grim stuff about today.
I don't like the idea of travel chaos being the new normal, but that's what we're being warned.
Do you believe it?
Well, at the moment, yes, because you have to.
Well,
don't you? I mean, you have to just go on what's happening at the moment.
I sort of think it's got to surely just ease at some point. We've got to get a handle on it at some point, whoever's causing the problems.
I don't know. Do you know, I was looking at whether or not, if you booked your holiday now for after September, after the schools go back, whether prices go down automatically, and they're not at the moment.
Oh, aren't they?
No. So what's going on?
Well, Ryan O'Leary from Ryanair it's Ryan O'Leary, isn't it? I think so.
You know, it's not Ryan O'Leary, is it? It's something O'Leary.
Something O'Leary.
Tim?
No, don't know. I have to look it up. But anyway, he said the days of cheap flights are over.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. I think it's Michael O'Leary, is it?
O'Leary.
Michael O'Leary? Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I got Ryan
We've just been told. Well, it's because it's Ryanair.
Oh, that'll be it.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. It always used to be the case that suddenly after September, the price of holidays went down, which was always very unfair if you have young children because you get fined if you take them out of school. But at least it's for the rest of us, and it means you could at least stagger your holidays. But no, at the moment, maybe the age of cheap airfare are going down. Maybe travel chaos is going to be the new norm, and we've just got to put up with it. Because when you think about it, this is the first time we've tested the post-Brexit sort of border controls and things like that.
Yes, but even with that, and I get that argument, things could well always be slower because there've got to be more checks and things, and I get that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be chaotic.
No, it doesn't.
Does it?
No.
That's the thing.
What's going on?
But anyway, I mean, if you're heading to Dover, well, I mean, good luck, basically. Delays at the port of Dover continued yesterday for a second day. Holidaygoers braved 7-hour queues to get a ferry to France.
Yeah, if you remember, at this time yesterday, we were talking about the fact that it was chaotic on Friday, but it looked as though it was going to be sorted out Saturday. Not so. A lack of French border control staff apparently caused long tailbacks, sparking a cross-channel row. One person claimed to have waited for 30 hours. Others said they had to sleep in their cars overnight.
Well, a former ambassador to France said travel chaos is the new normal after Brexit.
So, shall we talk now to travel expert Sally Gethin and the former Chief Immigration Officer for the UK Border Force, Kevin Saunders. I'm not sure who we've got first. Oh, they're both there. That's lovely to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, first of all, Sally, I mean, what do you think about this being the new normal? Is this all we can look forward to?
I think certainly with the Port of Dover, it could be a new normal because it's simply down to what the French say is a lack of infrastructure at the Port of Dover. So they're saying that there's just not enough space. And actually, the Port of Dover bid for a £33 million investment when Brexit came through because they wanted to ramp up, and that was refused by the government in the UK. So in the long run, you know, there needs to be more resources with the French border controls, simply because they have to check people's passports manually now because of Brexit, because it's a hard border with Europe now. But also the COVID checks are more onerous going into France. You know, you have to be fully vaccinated or at least have proof of a negative test, a COVID test, before you go through. So there's lots of, you know, a lot of those protocols have to be observed. And also, this is the first big getaway, the big holiday getaway now for since before the pandemic. So we're talking 3 years, really, for people to suddenly be hitting the roads. 18.8 million people are predicted to be on the roads for the Great Getaway at the moment. And I think that's going to push the surge in road traffic. All the roads, as you've seen, are congested, and not just the Port of Dover, but also the Eurotunnel terminal at Folkestone as well. So, yeah, not looking good.
Kevin, I mean, if this was the case at Dover, and it's down to, I mean, logistics and extra regulation, why aren't we seeing it when we're flying into France or Italy or Spain or whatever it may be? They seem to have a handle on it. Do you think the French are on a bit of a go-slow with us?
No, I don't think so. The problems at Dover are not new. This happens every year, whether we have COVID, whether we have Brexit, whether we don't have Brexit. We've always had huge problems on this weekend at Dover going into France. And I want to dispel some of the rumours that are going around that we never swiped passports under Brexit. That's prior to Brexit. That is quite untrue. The French have always swiped passports. The only difference now is that they're checking COVID, which is reasonable, and they're putting a stamp in your passport. So that's the only difference actually at the French control. The problem at the weekend was not enough PAF officers turned up.
Well, is that in fact true? Because it looks, if you listen to the politicians on both sides of the channel, they're taking swipes at each other and saying not so.
Well, of course they're taking... That's all politicians ever do. They take swipes at each other. They don't listen to people like me that have actually done the job, have been there and got the T-shirt. You know, I get very frustrated with the politicians. The simple fact was there were not enough PAF officers at Dover to start with. The second problem is that there are, I think, a dozen passport booths. You have to have them all occupied for the whole period. In what, 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks' time, you're going to be reading about exactly the same problems that you've got at Dover at our controls in France. Huge traffic jams, not enough staff, etc., etc.
Well, Sally, I mean, that puts it in some sort of perspective, doesn't it? I mean, it's not actually Brexit, it's not anything at all, it's just not enough people there, it's not being organised enough.
No, I agree that it has been reported that there aren't enough French officials actually stuffing those posts, and also the number of those checkpoints, they haven't been occupied by the correct officials. So that has obviously under-resourced that area. But even so, I do think, like I said before, that people are going to want to get away this summer and be hitting the roads. And I think it's all snagging up in that area also due to Eurotunnel as well. I think, it's a kind of perfect storm mix of COVID and possibly the French going slow at those checks, checking also the COVID passes, the tests, the vaccination certificates, for example, going through as well.
OK, Sally, Kevin, thank you both very much indeed.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
It's a sad and sorry situation. You know, when you are stuck in a queue, to show your passport or something like that, you can tell the difference straight away when there are enough staff. And it's not just enough, it's they put extra on to go through the queue before you actually get there. So everybody's got everything ready, they know what to ask for, they know they've got their vaccination certificates or whatever. That's what works. So it's probably just needing more people.
But isn't it interesting, as Kevin, you see, this is where you've got to be so careful with things, and I was having a good old rant at the French yesterday, as you know. Kevin said this is the weekend every year where there are problems.
So you put more staff on.
You put more staff on.
And if there are 12 booths, there should be at least 2 or 3 people on each booth. One actually maybe doing the stamping, others just helping move people through.
What do they have? Only 6 people or 7 people on it?
That was on the first day, but yesterday they were meant to have had enough people. But what's enough? Clearly, they haven't staffed it properly, have they? No.
So there you go. But perhaps we shouldn't be, as the politicians are doing, throwing all our toys out.
Oh, they really are having a go at each other. All sorts of politicians on this side of the channel having a go at each other, and then they're having a go at the French, and the French are having a go back, and everybody's got a different story.
Of course, the French saying it's all down to Brexit.
Yes. Yes. Well, some people on this side are saying that too.
Well, yes.
But very clearly, you heard from Kevin there, it happened before Brexit, before we left.
Yeah. There you go. If you're, say, heading down or thinking of heading down or changing your mind about heading down to Dover, let us know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Shall we bring you up to date with what's going on then today? Rishi Sunak is promising to put an annual cap on the number of refugees accepted into the UK. The former Chancellor, who is of course competing against Liz Truss to become the next Prime Minister, he says he'll also tighten the definition of who qualifies for asylum.
Well, the latest polling shows voters believe Rishi Sunak would make a better Prime Minister than Liz Truss. This is an opinion survey of 2,000 adults. 43% backing the former Chancellor, 36% for the Foreign Secretary. The rest, presumably, haven't worked out their minds yet.
And Boris Johnson has been shown how to use weapons and grenades during a visit to see Ukrainian troops being trained by British forces in North Yorkshire. He says the UK is committed to training around 10,000 troops over the next 4 months to help repel the Russian aggression. There's a lovely picture of Boris on the front of the Sunday Telegraph lobbing a grenade a fake grenade, apparently, in the training session that he was witnessing.
Do you know what, though? I think whatever you think of Boris Johnson, and I know you have got a split on that one, as perhaps most of the country is, whatever you think of him, he at least is passionate about this situation with Ukraine and Russia, and he's getting on with bolstering those troops who are over here being trained. And I think that's important, isn't it?
Yes, an interesting one, actually. Would you let us know? I mean, he's clearly forging his legacy, isn't he? So that's why he's being seen in fatigues. He's been seen with the troops training the Ukrainians and lobbing a grenade, of course, and having fun as well, I think. And I guess he now wants certain pictures to define his premiership, or at least the way he's leaving his premiership.
But he's not hidden in the back room at number 10, has he?
No,
Never to be
not.
seen again.
Absolutely. I just wonder what you think would define his legacy. Be interesting to know. I mean, I'll bet you there are lots of different opinions, some negative, some positive, but we'd love to hear from you. What do you think would define his legacy as he prepares to leave number 10? GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Now, here's something which is slightly worrying. The head of the World Health Organization has declared the monkeypox outbreak a global health emergency.
Yeah, now, by declaring it a health emergency, that gives the WHO, the World Health Organization, greater powers to direct how we respond.
Let's talk to Dr. Amos Ogunkoya, who joins us in the studio. Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Look, first and foremost, this is going to be worrying for a lot of people. Just going to think, well, what on earth is going on here? How serious is monkeypox?
So, thankfully, the strain that we have in Europe and around the world is the weaker strain. It's not that very fatal. Only 5 people have died from it globally. And it does cause mild symptoms in most people, but it's usually the eruptions. So, in terms of clinically, it's not that serious.
So why are we getting so worked up about it?
So I think it's because it's one of those. It's not a new disease, but it's a disease that's jumped from animals to humans, and it's been spread amongst humans. And I think the WHO have they've eaten a lot of criticism for COVID. So their response was said to be quite slow. And what they want to do now is set the precedents moving forward that if it meets the criteria and it triggers, they need to use their powers better. And that's what we're seeing here. So for some people, and I think that the vote was split, and the chair was the casting vote, I think they've decided that the way the WHO wants to move forward is to almost move ahead of times and not lag behind.
What is a pox? I mean, we have chicken pox, smallpox, there are all sorts of... Is a pox a particular sort of disease?
It's the lesion. Basically, it's the lesion. So
it's like blisters?
Fluid-filled lesions, and then it breaks and then it cracks and dries. That's basically what a pox is. So it's when something's a chicken pox or monkey pox, it's just kind of defining the way it looks on the skin. Yeah, and the same with smallpox. They look very similar, and that's part of how you used to diagnose them.
Right.
And you said that we have a variant of it at the moment in the UK and Europe, which isn't so. So is it constantly doing that? Is it mutating?
Not really. So the good thing about monkeypox, good thing, is that it's double-stranded, which means it's a boring way of saying that unlike COVID, it doesn't change as much. The reason why we're seeing so much of it passing around is that it's got into a group who have lots of contacts, and groups that have lots of contacts. So that's why it's spreading, and that's probably the driving force. That's what scientists think at the moment.
But at the moment you say not dangerous, or not very dangerous,
not very dangerous,
but unpleasant.
Very unpleasant, yeah. And it is spreading. So it does trigger. It does trigger, and it's something that we need to be aware of.
I was going to say, as a GP then, what would you be looking out for?
So it's now that more evidence is coming out that in this, so it's not a sexually transmitted disease, but it's more prevalent in certain groups. So men who have sex with men, they're the highest at-risk group. So as a GP, it would be looking for the vulnerable groups, and even vulnerable patients who are more likely to have the side effects, the pox. But other than that, it's that classic viral symptoms, the muscle aches, the temperature, the not feeling right, that fits in. And it's kind of just doing the good history and finding out.
And if you are in one of those groups, can you get a vaccine?
So, yeah, so this is why it's a good thing that they've kind of upgraded it, because what it does is it mobilises lots of funding. So the UK, I think yesterday, it's triggered into getting 100,000 more vaccines for the vulnerable community. So yes, you can. It's very similar to the smallpox vaccine. In fact, they're related. That's why it works. And it also triggers new research. So we're looking for better vaccines to help.
Would you advise, if you were in one of those vulnerable groups, would you advise people to go to their GP and ask for a vaccine?
I think if you are having symptoms, and there's a good chance that you would have been put yourself at risk, so if you know a first-degree contact so if you hear... The thing that we need to focus on is removing stigma around this. What's happening with monkeypox is people are seeing it almost like a thing that they don't want to go to their doctors for. So we might be underestimating the numbers. So removing that stigma, understanding that it's treatable, understanding the care is there is really important.
Yeah, no, fair point. Amos, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later on, won't we? Thank you.
Yeah. Get in touch with us. What do you think of that? Coming up, though, we're going to be asking, why is NASA looking for extraterrestrial life? Because they seem to be pretty sure one day they'll find it.
Oh, yes.
Stay tuned.
OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s. Feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day, dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV, on radio,
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:22, very good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, this is something we're going to both find fascinating,
yes.
aren't we? We love talking about anything to do with space. NASA isn't saying that aliens do exist, but it is saying, for the first time in almost half a century, that UFOs are worth paying attention to.
Yeah, the space agency announced that a team will examine what the US government now prefers to call UAPs, or unidentified aerial phenomena.
We feel as though we need wibbly-wobbly music behind what we're saying,
nice.
don't we? Yeah.
X-Files music.
Yeah, that sort of thing, exactly. Well, to search for alien life, astronomers will look for clues in the atmospheres of distant planets. And, of course, the James Webb Telescope just proved that it is now possible to do just that. Let's join astronomer Mark Thompson to try and explain it all. Hello there, Mark. A very good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's fascinating just in itself that NASA is acknowledging that there is something in the idea that life exists elsewhere, and it's just a question of when we will find it, not if.
Yeah, do you know what? I think for centuries we've all been not obsessed with, but we've all wondered and imagined that there'd be life elsewhere in the universe. And NASA have been looking for it. You know, we've had probes on the surface of Mars, we've had spacecraft visit outer planets to search for signs of even primitive life. And now the James Webb Space Telescope has shown us that we can see in detail the signatures of the atmospheres of outer planets around other star systems that are thousands and thousands of light years away, which means we can study them and learn if conditions on other planets might be good for supporting life. So we've looked for life for decades now, hundreds of years, and this new news from NASA is welcome because, you know, we're starting to look at these things that are on the fringe of science, UFOs, to see if there's anything credible there.
So what will they be looking for? What would indicate in sort of atmospheric data that there is potential of life on a planet?
Well, do you know what? One of the really big challenges that we have is what do you look for? So if you're looking for alien life, it could be anything. We're carbon-based. We live in an atmosphere which has got a lot of nitrogen and oxygen in it. And so actually, because the permutations for what could be the signatures for life could be endless, we've got to look for something. So we tend to look for life that's like us. So we're looking for signatures of atmospheres that are similar to the atmosphere here on Earth.
Because we find signatures of certain chemistry, carbon, for instance, as you were saying, just because we find that doesn't mean there's going to be life there. So until we actually can reach out or go there ourselves, we'll never actually know whether there's life, will we?
Well, I mean, there are telltale signs. I mean, a great example, you know, is methane in the atmosphere. Methane is a sign of various biological processes that we're familiar with. So we can do quite a lot of remote sensing to work out if life is there. But, you know, and we can look for radio signals as well. So even TV shows that are being broadcast using radio signals across the world leak out into space. So we could search, and we have been looking for radio signals from intelligent species. There's a number of ways that we can remotely do it, but, you know, nothing's going to beat going along to have a look. But one of the real challenges in all of this is that the distances to stars, to other stars, are immense. If we want to travel to the nearest star, that's the nearest star to our own solar system, even if we travelled at the speed of light, which is 300,000 kilometres per second, then it would take us about just over 4 years to get there. Now, we've got nothing like that technology at the moment. So at the moment, we're way away from the possibilities of actually doing that.
Does it matter if there's alien life? Why is it such an important thing to try to find?
Do you know, that's a cracking question. I think it's one of those things, you know, humans are naturally explorers. Even kids, you know, babies, they explore the world around them. And that's something that we've done for, you know, ever since humans have been around. We've explored, we've wanted to learn about the environments that we live in. And I think, you know, it's one of the remaining fundamental questions that science is trying to answer is, are we alone in the universe? And understanding if we are alone in the universe will tell us an awful lot about the ultimate evolution of human beings as well.
There are people, serious, proper people, not just weirdos, who actually believe that there are aliens watching us now, or even amongst us. You know, aliens have come to Earth before. Surely, if they had, we would know, by the very chemistry that you're talking about, we would know, wouldn't we?
Well, do you know what? It's so difficult. It's so difficult to know what, and it drifts into this sort of the fringe of what's, I guess, I kind of use the words acceptable science a little bit cautiously, because science by its very nature has to be open to all possibilities, and you should only have, you observe something in the world, whatever it is, be it a new monkeypox strain, whatever it is, you observe it, you come up with a theory to explain it, and you test that theory. But science should never presume knowledge. It should never presume that the Earth is flat, for example, until you know for a fact that the Earth is flat, or as it turns out, spherical. So it's very difficult for science to presume, or not to drift down that world of just being presumptuous about things. Conceivably, this is in no way an official statement, but conceivably it's possible. I think it's unlikely, and I think one of the main reasons it's unlikely is because of the sheer distances in space, and it's it's going to take hundreds of years for civilizations to travel around the universe, or at the very least around our galaxy, and to then just sort of subtly observe and try and integrate in society. I think it's quite unlikely that's going to happen.
Oh, you never know, Mark. There'll be some civilization out there that knows how to bend space.
And even UFOs, the concept of a UFO is an object that we don't know what it is. Now, most of them, I've never seen anything. I look at the sky a lot, and I've never seen anything that I can't explain. But there's a few that just can't be explained by natural occurrences. So it's going to be an interesting story to watch as it unfolds.
Certainly is. Mark, thanks very much indeed. Good to talk to you. I think we've been visited.
I know you do.
I do.
That's why I said it.
What, weirdos?
Yeah. Serious people, not you, not just weirdos.
I think probably.
You think you do?
Because they're looking now about warp factors, like Star Trek, isn't it? But they are looking at ways to warp space so that you can sort of travel. It's like folding a piece of paper. So you can, instead of travelling from there to there, you fold it, and it's a much shorter distance. And they think it's possible. It would just take huge amounts of energy.
Yeah.
So
why isn't it possible that another civilization has learned how to do that?
They could be millennia ahead of us, couldn't they? We didn't all start at the same time.
Could they sort out Dover and, Brexit and get things done for us, if they're that clever?
Maybe a huge queue at the spaceport. Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows, yes.
Who knows? Look, don't go anywhere. We've got lots more to come for you, including a look at the Sunday papers.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:32, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Somebody is causing a storm today when it comes to the views. Vice in Nottingham says, morning, Anne. Just to say, your hair looks nice. Seamus says, has Anne done something to her hair? It looks different and great. Stephen loves the hair. Fiona says, lovely to wake up always, but 30 minutes into the show, something was bothering me and I couldn't think what it was. And I realised Anne has parted her hair on the other side.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I have. You didn't notice.
I didn't notice. So well done you, I'm in trouble.
I don't know why I did it, I just did.
Yeah.
But, thank you for noticing. Isn't that lovely? Thank you very much.
Very observant. So there you go. So everyone's noticing apart from me.
Yes, funny that, isn't it?
Sorry.
That's typical, isn't it?
I can't see it on this side.
No, that's no excuse. I've been talking to you outside all morning.
Oops.
Yes.
OK, let's have a look at the front pages for you this morning. Start with the Sunday Times. No longer feasible to be a full-time GP, says the chairman of the Royal College of Surgeons. The paper reporting nearly a fifth of GPs only work 26 hours a week, as the rest of us struggle to see a family doctor.
The Observer, meanwhile, leads on the travel chaos as one former ambassador to France calls it the new normal after Brexit.
There's anger at Sunak's hardline plans for immigration, according to The Independent. Mr Sunak has vowed to limit refugee numbers and withhold aid if countries refuse to take back failed asylum seekers.
And Liz Truss is also focusing on immigration, as she says she'll send more Channel migrants to Africa. There you are, the front page of the Mail on Sunday there.
According to the Daily Star Sunday, boffins are saying... boffins? Boffins, I don't know, scientists or whatever, are saying this will be the hottest summer in Britain for 125,000 years when elephants roamed the country.
And their headline is Yabba Dabba Few, as in Fred Flintstone.
Clever.
Yeah. They must have fun thinking up their front pages, mustn't they?
It must be sometimes someone's full-time job.
Yes.
Journalist and author Ella Whelan and political commentator Andre Walker are here to take us through the details.
Morning,
Morning,
both.
you two.
Morning.
Let's start off with this GP crisis on the Sunday Times. It's not feasible to be a GP anymore.
I know it does. It is that the way of framing it does make your blood boil a little bit, because I think most people's experience of trying to get a GP appointment at the moment is it's like trying to get festival tickets. You have to wait on the phone for hours and hours. You have to plead with receptionists, kind of describing your details in gory kind of detail to get 5 minutes with the doctor. It's a little bit more complicated. So what's actually happening is that, back in 2001, as the Times reports, the average workload for a GP was around about 48 hours. It's now the average is around about 38, and that was a survey done last year. So it's come down a bit, but a fifth of GPs are only working 26 hours a week, and they're making up their other time with paperwork, but also doing external things like research projects. And it's sort of an effect of as GPs would put it, the kind of burnout that lots of them just cannot handle the workload that's coming at them from more and more people wanting appointments. Some of the solutions that have been suggested in the Sunday Times is that they cut some of their paperwork. So it does seem ridiculous that you've got a trained clinician filling out appointment forms or something. I mean, a lot of it will be, you need some expertise to do some of the paperwork, but it seems like that could be passed on to the front desk. But there's another aspect to it, which is that, before the pandemic, 80% of appointments were face-to-face. And now that's come, fell down to 50%. Now it's around about 60%. But there is still a problem with, I've been fobbed off many times with telephone appointments, and you just know that you need to see someone. I'm pregnant at the moment, and I haven't seen, it's not just GPs, I have not seen the same midwife twice in my entirety of 7.5
That is not good.
I know, it's really not good. And the same with, there is, the Times reports that there are people going private with the specific desire to see the same person twice, paying to simply have a relationship with someone.
But what I don't understand is why they say it's not feasible.
Yeah, that's what I can't understand. If GPs are choosing to have what they're calling portfolio careers, they're doing other things, they're doing consultancies, they're doing university work and things like that. If they're choosing to do that and to keep their hours as a GP down to 26 a week, that's their choice. It's not that it's not feasible.
Yeah, and you have to take into consideration also that the average pay for GPs is £100,000 a year. So this isn't kind of, it's not hard, back-breaking labour for 25 grand a year.
Doesn't it highlight the ludicrous situation we're in? When the NHS was set up, they legitimately believed that public health would improve over time and the cost of the NHS would fall. We keep moaning on about the involvement of the private sector in the NHS. All of these GP surgeries are private sector healthcare companies, whether they be sole traders or whether they be a group of GPs together. The reality is, we are putting GPs or we're putting trained doctors in the place where they're not needed. They're needed in hospitals. They're not needed to basically dole out penicillin to sick children who are just wandering.
I don't know.
Well, nurses. Without a doubt, we do not deploy our nurses in a sensible way at all. I genuinely don't believe that we should be training people for 12 years to do what is effectively a relatively easy job as a GP. And I make that point because the minute you come across a challenging case, you're able to refer it to a specialist. The specialists, the people taking on the more challenging cases, should be the doctors. You would cut waiting lists massively if you did that. Now, there would be a cost associated with having more nurses in the community, but I genuinely think it's worth paying.
Oh, I don't know if I can agree with you on that one.
I think a lot of people, the point, you're right to say that a lot of what GPs do is signposting. So they just, they see a lump and they send you on to the specialist and that's what you want. But it's also the case that there's, part of the problem with the telephone appointments is that you need to have a certain level of specialism in order to know that the pain in your throat is not just a sore throat, it's cancer or things like that.
Yeah.
And so, it just seems that so much of this problem is as you say, is a staffing crisis. But part of the question is, feasible is an interesting word to use. What is it that young people need to be able to entice them into the role of getting involved in healthcare?
So just if they're doing 26 hours a week rather than 36 or 48, are they still getting the full whack salary?
Oh, well, that isn't outlined at times, I'm not sure. But the idea of research projects and things like that, there are benefits to them because if, expanding knowledge and things like that, but there has to be a balance.
I think the other point that I'd make, which I accept that my views are controversial on this, but I've got a friend of mine who's a nurse in a hospital, and she said one of the big problems they have with junior doctors is the BMA have got all these rules on what a doctor can do and what nurses can't do, and it's based on effectively a time when nurses were very lowly skilled and lowly trained. They're now highly trained medical professionals in their own right. And of course what happens is the nurse knows what the patient needs, but legally the junior doctor has to administer it. So what happens is the junior doctor whizzes around the hospital doing 60, 70 hours a week, doesn't really see any patients properly, and it's purely effectively to satisfy a trade union agreement with the BMA, which is totally crazy. We've got these healthcare professionals in the form of nurses, we just don't use them.
It's pharmacists as well. It's interesting because I was in pharmacy yesterday, and a man came in with a child in a pushchair and said, "I can't get to see the doctor. Would you have a look at the rash on my little boy's arm?" And the pharmacist did. And I just thought that's very impressive because pharmacists know what they're doing. They really do. They are also highly trained. So maybe we do need a shake-up of our whole primary care system. If GPs are finding it difficult to do the job for whatever reason, we should be looking at that. Why?
Yes, and also, looking at the creaking bureaucracy within the NHS. I went in the other day to get my vaccines that you have to get as a pregnant woman. And in the morning at 11 o'clock, I got a vaccine, and then I was supposed to come back at 3 for a blood test. And I sort of said, well, you've got a needle in your hand, just stick it in a different part of my arm. Yeah. Why do I have to come back? And they said, no, it's a different form.
It's a different appointment.
And when I came back, I saw the same woman. And so, there are certain things which is that we know that the NHS, because it's such a huge beast, it's not very good at organising itself.
It's not efficient. And the trouble is, certainly in my case, there used to be, there was a diabetic clinic, and you would go in and you get it all done in a day. Your eye checks, kidney checks, blood checks, urine checks. It would all be done in about 2 hours. You'd get the whole lot done. And now it's all been split off into separate appointments.
But we have a tendency to think of the NHS as one thing. A friend of mine said to me when they were talking about specialist cancer care, when my mother was ill, that the cancer units, these regional cancer units, are absolutely fantastic, literally world class. The NHS is much more like a brand name and a franchise. There are some elements of it which really, really don't work, and there are other elements which are the best in the world. And there just sometimes doesn't seem to be a connection there.
But try and shake it up, as you're suggesting, and some radical ideas are not a bad thing, but you try to shake it up as a politician and everyone's in uproar, you're attacking the nurse.
Third rail, you touch it, you die.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really
So how
is.
do we change it?
Well, I think it's very difficult unless we get out of the idea that there is a binary position. Either you keep it as it is or you privatise it. And those are not the two only options.
No, they can't be, can they? There must be something better.
Interesting. OK, so from NHS chaos to travel chaos, Andre, in The Observer?
Right, well, look, let's just be clear for viewers that haven't seen me before. I voted to leave the European Union.
No.
I'm not gonna pretend. Look, the reality is, I do think that this is a muck-up. It's, seeing people waiting for 10, 20, 30 hours in trucks is clearly a disaster. I think the fact that they're describing this as the new normal in terms of having huge queues at ports and indeed at airports, I think is terrible. But it has to be said, a lot of it is poor organisation on the part of the British government and the Immigration Service. When I worked at the House of Commons, they were able to approve a security pass in 3 or 4 days for people who had 2 British parents and had no criminal record and whatever. Why it's taking months to do it for airport staff? The answer is they can't be bothered doing it quickly because they get into trouble if they do it slowly for the politicians, but nobody's going to take them to task over people working at airports.
Yeah, because they've had months now to sort it out.
Without a doubt.
I mean, you could argue they've had an awful lot.
They've had years.
Yeah, but they've certainly had months.
Well, yeah, and I think sometimes we're supposed to throw our hands up and say, oh, well, this is Brexit. Whereas in reality, you should know what level of throughput you're going to need, and you had the time to build the facilities and whatever.
On the other hand, if the French don't send over their border force people to man the booths at Dover, there's nothing we can do about that at the moment. They have to be EU people.
That was, the thing about Dover chaos yesterday was that there was a specific reason, which is that not enough French security staff were sent, and they then said it was because we got held up in the tunnel, and then the tunnel representative said, actually, that's not strictly true, you were just late. And so there was a kind of a whether it was deliberate or accidental screw up on the other side of the border. But there, I think you're right that I voted to leave the European Union as well, and I hate it when people use the B word to throw at things that simply aren't working. But it's also the case that if you change a system so that you change border systems, you change immigration systems, all the rest of it, and we know that there's chaos in the Home Office and in other departments, you have to be able to make the new system work. And it's very clear that... But also, it has to be said that lots of people have forgotten that 2 years ago we had a pandemic where every single thing was shut down in the country. And it seems like from airports and airlines to ferry lines that nobody seems to have realised that people might want to go back on holiday. So you have all these families turning up with kids in the car. And, I've done it at Stansted, 3 people on the security desk. And you think, it's July. People are going to be dying.
Well, Adrian's been in touch. Morning to you. He's in Saint-Quentin in France.
Yeah.
He said, I was at Dover yesterday. Out of 14 booths to show documents, there were only 4 open.
Oh.
Also, it didn't help when some travellers didn't have all their documents. we have got our responsibility to make
But that's what I mean about queues at airports and whatever at the moment. The ones that work well are ones that have a man or a woman, obviously an operator, doing the stamping of the passport and everything. But they have other people going through the queue, making sure you've got all your documentation ready, keeping you happy, keeping you filtered and all the rest of it. That's what works. And it's just a matter of workforce then. You just need people.
Well, I'd say...
And as you said, it doesn't take long.
I used to, believe it or not, commute when I worked at the European Parliament. So I'd go every week over to Brussels on the train, which was relatively easy. The train's only 2 hours. But those guys, were pretty well organised. You have everything open. You know when the trains are leaving. You just get on with it. It seems to me it's a manpower thing. And if the manpower thing, which, forget the specific issue yesterday, but the general manpower point, apparently in the UK, is that we can't approve these people for security passes. And it just seems to be an easy problem to resolve.
Yeah. You would think so. You would think so.
It is exhausting. Christine has rung in. Hi, Christine. Oh, sorry, I always say rung. It's not emailed.
You do.
Yeah, emailed in. Said, if people going on holiday think they have problems, spare a thought for us locals. It takes us about an hour to get to our supermarket, petrol station or something, for a journey that would normally take 5 minutes. We live in Etching Hill in Folkestone, which is about 10 miles away from Dover. All of our country lanes are blocked with people trying to find alternative routes.
Yeah, I can imagine chaos. And that's got to be really frustrating.
Mind you, any customer service department you try to get through to now doesn't seem to work either. I don't know if you've tried to phone up your phone company or...
We are experiencing high volume of calls.
Yeah, and basically you get through to someone...
You haven't got anyone there.
You get through to someone, you can hear the baby crying in the background.
Yes,
well, yeah, they are doing a lot of it from home. But I've not had that much bother with all of that, no.
Betty in Dorset says there are 6 weeks of school holidays. Why does everyone appear to make the dash to get away on the first weekend?
Fair point. Fair point. Totally get that. Let's have a look at Hot Britain in the Daily Star Sunday, Ella.
Yes, slap on the back to 50, it says. It's a news out from experts at the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who have made this claim that the climate is at the warmest it's ever been before the Ice Age, which is hence you've got the Flintstones cartoons there. And, there has been discussion about the seriousness of the heatwave that we felt last week, and actually, depressingly for viewers and listeners, well, I don't know if you like the heat, but I don't at this stage.
No, I bet you don't.
Is that it's going to get hot again next week, and with heat coming up from Spain. So they claim that this is the most recent warm period for about 125,000 years. And there have been discussions about whether or not people keep bringing up 1976, and there's lots of people who say, "Oh, for God's sake, we've been through heat waves like this before. Calm down." And there is, outside of the kind of, I think, some of the more alarming figures like this that get thrown around, there is a general trend that most people can see, which is that there has been some impact on the planet in terms of warming from human activity, obviously, because there's more of us and there's more of us doing things, and that creates changes to the climate. But the question is, if this is going to be part of our future, hotter summers, colder winters, whatever it is, can we please talk about some of the infrastructure? So rather than just panicking about it, can we talk about changing railways? Can we talk about maybe changing the way in which we work? If it's the case that it's, you're going to have to turn into the Spanish where you have a siesta in the middle of the day.
Oh, yes,
there's none of that.
Well, I do anyway,
that long-term planning.
Yeah, well, this is it. We've got to, instead of moaning about it, so we've just got to get on
adapt. Got to adapt.
But when you say adapt, I see time and time again an effort to not adapt. I mean, near me, they've been dredging the Thames for 200-300 years, literally, to avoid flooding. The Environment Agency banned it about 10 years ago, and consequently, there are now floods. And the response from the Environment Agency is, this is a result of global warming. Well, of course, the local farmers turn around and say, we think it's the result of you banning the dredging. And you read these reports from public organisations, and their solution is to reduce carbon emissions, not to take any action whatsoever on the impact of it. So Ella, I think you're not going to get your desired wish there.
Well, it's joined up thinking, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which just doesn't happen.
No.
And this is the problem.
It's a depressing day today, isn't it?
It is depressing. I'm just thinking, if I give you this, Andre, is it half empty or half full? I wonder, with you?
Is that vodka? No, I'm joking.
No, it's cold tea. It's cold tea.
I'll get into trouble for that later, won't I?
OK, so we've got now 2 migration stories. Andre, let's start with you looking at Rishi Sunak's take on migration.
So on behalf of both Ella and I will say that everybody's trying to outdo themselves on the immigration thing to get to the right. And obviously Liz Truss is ahead. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that the Conservative Party always sends its ballot papers straight away. And if you're ahead early on, then you'll probably end up winning. I just make that point in general. But Rishi, it's in various papers, but Rishi apparently has a 10-point plan to slash migration. But one of them, which I think is really odd, is this idea of limiting the number of refugees. Because, I mean, my understanding is that you have an absolute duty to take in genuine refugees. You can't limit the number. The issue is working out who's a genuine refugee. And so I don't fully understand where he's going with this.
It almost seems to be an empty headline, that, doesn't it?
I think it does. I think it's not practical to turn around. I mean, it's clearly OK to turn around and say, we're not happy about people going to the first country and not staying there. It's clearly, you can say, we're not very happy with people taking dinghies for safety and for legal reasons. But to say, I don't know, there's a repeat of what happened in the 1940s, and we've decided we're just going to not bother taking people in, it seems to me to be relatively unrealistic. But and also, I don't think it addresses the problem. I think bogus refugees are the problem. And I say that I've done a lot of humanitarian work in Ukraine, and in my experience, the vast majority of refugees are going to countries like Moldova and Poland simply because
they want to get back.
As soon as possible.
Yeah. What's Liz Truss saying about it then?
Well, as Andrew says, there is a bit of a race to the right or race to the bottom in terms of empty slogans. So Liz Truss's plan now, that's reported in the Mail, is I'm going to send more of them to Africa. So she's basically saying, like the Rwanda policy, I'm going to duplicate that with different nations. I'm going to, make it work. I mean, you can't just say I'm going to make it work.
It's not exactly working now,
exactly, when the current policy is tied up in, in the courts, that there's absolutely, as the Mail points out, we've paid £120 million up front and have sent, something like 200 migrants have successfully been sent there. There is to be fair to Liz Truss, she also talks about the fact that she wants to increase staff of Border Force, which, as we were just talking about, is probably no bad thing in terms of having more men and women.
But again, that's a very easy thing to say now, and we're calling for it, isn't it? And she's saying it will get done. Can we trust any of these people to actually do anything when they're in power?
The key thing about the problem with immigration, and, if this goes for both sides of the argument, someone like me who wants a more liberal approach to immigration and someone who wants a more strict approach, everybody agrees that there should be a controlled approach, that you know who's coming in, that you have secure borders, that you have a system that works. Is that the whole way in which both the asylum system and the migration system works is fundamentally incompetent. I mean, you have literally folders being lost. There was a report out earlier this week about the fact that lots of the people who are being processed cannot be identified afterwards. There's simple things like their surnames are missing on forms. So there has to be an overhaul from the top to the bottom of the way in which the immigration system works, looking at the fundamentals of the Home Office. We know that, for example, throughout the pandemic, lots of people worked from home and basically weren't answering emails. That's what happened in relation to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. The system is completely fundamentally incompetent.
But I do think that Priti Patel, God bless her, had a good idea when it came to the number of legal challenges. You get to a situation with a lot of these people when you're attempting to throw them out of the country for not being legitimate refugees, where you get whacked with 10, 15, 20 legal challenges in order to just delay the process. That's why nobody's gone to Rwanda. And her idea was that it gets to a point where the law firms themselves have to start paying for the challenges rather than it coming out of legal aid, because you see these planes being sent and there will be, say, 100 people allocated, of which 98% have had their 15th legal challenge filed and can't be on the plane as a result. And what's happening is, and I don't want to slag off lawyers all the time, that effectively there are a group of people who are principally left-wing, pro-immigration lawyers who are trying to come up with their own immigration policy through vexatious litigation.
Well, legal aid is our money anyway, isn't it?
It
and
is.
if it goes on being spent again and again and again, as you say, then it's not a system that clearly isn't working.
Can't they just... No, I suppose they can't just put them on a plane anyway. I mean, what's stopping them, really?
Well, funny enough, this came up with Theresa May about Abu Qatada. Do you remember that chap?
Oh, yes.
But so somebody asked her in ministerial questions the question that I would have asked, how illegal is it for you to just grab him and stick him on a plane? Is it 10 years in prison or a 50 quid fine? And she said it's not appropriate for the Home Secretary to break the law, even if it is only a misdemeanour. I suppose that's right.
Well, yeah.
That is right. But...
Yeah.
There is a question of, as on an individual basis, if you are at threat of being deported, I don't think it's I don't think it's necessarily kind of conspiratorially left-wing to say people should have access to appeal, because from an individual perspective, we know that with the Windrush scandal, that without the kind of access to appeal, lots of people would have been deported who were absolutely not relevant to and were not illegal. And that's why the Home Office is this creaking institution that can't actually get things right. But on the other hand, there is a kind of democracy question, which is that because of rules relating to, as we say, things we've signed up about how many refugees we are supposed to take in, because of the way in which the legal system works, you have courts thwarting the political will of an elected parliament, because let's remember that the Conservative government, even if I don't agree with their Rwanda policy, were elected to do something about borders. And if you have courts and judges coming in and thwarting that, it doesn't look good for the judicial system, because people start to talk about conspiratorial judges.
It just doesn't achieve anything at all, does it?
No.
It's just a waste of time.
Well, look, on that note, we're out of time. Ella, Andre, thank you very much indeed for that mammoth look through the papers this morning. Very good. We've got much more to come for you in a couple of minutes, including the very latest on that ongoing travel chaos. OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s, feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day, dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Travel chaos is being described as the new normal as delays continue at the port of Dover.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 24th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
As always, we're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. And these are your top stories.
Well, more queues at Dover, as travellers wait up to 7 hours to get to France. 3,000 lorries, meanwhile, remain parked on the M20, forcing holidaymakers to use just one single lane to try to get to the port.
The Tory leadership contenders shift their focus to border control, with Rishi Sunak pledging to cap the number of refugees that reach Britain, Liz Truss promising to send more migrants to Africa. Either of those positions appealing to you?
Monkeypox is declared a global emergency, according to the World Health Organization. There are currently over 2,000 cases of the disease in the UK, and whilst anyone can get monkeypox through close personal contact, apparently most cases identified so far have been amongst gay and bisexual men.
We would love to hear from you this morning. Loads of you getting in touch on various issues on the travel chaos, but also on Boris Johnson's legacy, which we'll talk about a little bit later on as well. If you want to get in touch, gbviews at gbnews.uk. Oh, excuse me. We both got
We both have
a frog in our throat.
Frog in the throat.
On the Prime Minister, Steve has been in touch. Morning to you, Steve. Says Boris spends most of his time just having fun. Right now, that means he's playing around in Typhoon fighter jets and trying to work out which end of a handheld rocket launcher to look down. I've lost all confidence in the UK government. Well, it is a photo opportunity, but it is about sending a message.
Lobbing a grenade, I think, has a particular look to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, though, Steve. I do, but it's... don't we want our leaders, even if they're outgoing, to be passionate about a particular issue, which is, involving hundreds of thousands, millions of
But he's very
lives.
clearly forging some sort of a look to his legacy. Matt in Portsmouth says, I think Boris Johnson should stop training Ukrainian troops and stop aid to Ukraine. After all, at a time when British taxpayers are struggling, we should keep British money in Britain.
David in Lincolnshire, I think Boris is virtue signalling and trying to look good over Ukraine. It's not a Prime Minister's role to get involved with such sideshows. He clearly fancies himself as a modern Churchill, and that's why he's desperate to remain in his position.
Is a war in Ukraine a sideshow? Anthony says legacy, the net zero surrender of energy independence, the net zero energy cost recession, uncontrolled illegal mass immigration and the highest taxes for more than 70 years.
And Sue says, I think it's all an act by Boris. He's not passionate about the situation in Ukraine. He's the least hard-working PM in history. He cares more about something else. And, oh dear, I can't read the rest of that one. Sue, it gets a bit vulgar.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
A little bit vulgar. No, that's not for broadcast.
No, it
but
really isn't.
Anyway, I tell you what I'm intrigued by is obviously a lot of people are very fond of Boris. I mean, let's be honest. They have not yet been in touch this morning.
That's
So
interesting. You know when he did his last PMQs and he said hasta la vista at the end? Isn't the next phrase, I'm not completely au fait with the Arnold Schwarzenegger phrase, but isn't the next phrase, I'll be back?
Yeah.
So that's what he meant. And there are a lot of people, a lot of the columnists in the newspapers today, in the Sunday newspapers, sort of saying, is he actually plotting to come back in some way?
He can't do it, though, can he?
Well, he'll look at Churchill and figure out that Churchill did.
I very much doubt it, because, I mean, you'd have to get past MPs to get...
He's got to hold on to his constituency first as well, isn't it? There are all sorts of rumours about that. So, anyway, do get in touch with what you think Boris's legacy is. How would you upsum it? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Maybe he just wants to pack it all in and get away. But he would have a problem.
Yes, he would be in a queue.
Yes, he would be in a very long queue. Delays at the port of Dover continued yesterday for a second day as holidaygoers braved 7-hour queues to get on a ferry to France.
A lack of French border control staff caused long tailbacks, sparking a cross-channel row. One person claimed to have waited for 30 hours. Lots of others said they had to sleep in their cars overnight.
Well, one former ambassador to France said travel chaos is going to be the new normal after Brexit.
Yeah, well, we're joined in the studio by the political editor at the Sunday Mirror, Nigel Nelson. It's a lot of people could be forgiven for thinking the country's in a blinking mess. What's going on?
Yeah, I think they'd be right. I mean, especially with the travel chaos. I mean, if you think that this is the first time that everybody wants to go abroad since the pandemic, and now you can't get through Dover to go over to the continent. You've got problems on the motorways because of protests, and we still haven't solved the air chaos. So
nor the railways.
And the railways were about to have a load more strikes, So moving about anywhere is actually proving really difficult.
It is, and yeah, interesting. We were talking to a former sort of border control fella in the last hour who said, look, yes, this is what's happening at Dover is problematic, but it's not unusual. This is the busiest weekend of the year. There are always problems this weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole thing is they should have been prepared for. So you have got...
But isn't that the French...
That is the French problem. I mean, the French are on this side. They should be processing passports. Given that they now have to actually look at passports where they didn't prior to Brexit and give them a stamp, what they should be doing is they should have manned those booths properly. It wasn't acceptable on Friday to have half the number of people that you need to process people through. So, yes, there's a problem there with France and the staffing. Obviously, it is going to be delayed a bit more anyway because you have to pass through more paperwork to actually go abroad.
You see, even difficulties on the French side, as it were, whether they were deliberate or not, should have been anticipated by us, knowing that we'd gone through Brexit. For Boris to say he's delivered Brexit, well, yeah, he might think he has, but he should try queuing up to get out of Dover. I mean, if we came up with the system, we should have come up with a better system than this. Which fell at the first hurdle.
But the whole thing is that you still got to actually have your passport processed by the French to get into France in the first instance. So there's not much our lot can do about that. They can process through the first bit as you leave, but then the French have got to come in and deal with it.
Now I know you're no great fan of the government. Should we put it
mildly?
Yeah, OK. But the problem is this all piles pressure on the government, doesn't it? And it's not necessarily the government's fault. I mean, certainly when it comes to the airports, you know, that seems to be a failing of the airports and the airlines into how that's being managed. The strikes, well, there's a momentum for strikes at the moment, isn't it? They've smelt blood in the water, and so a lot of these unions are gathering momentum on that. That's not actually necessarily the government's fault either, is it?
I think that we have to sort of divide the two things there. One is about pay, and yes, the government probably are at fault at that. I'd like to blame the government for everything, but I don't think travel chaos is something they can be blamed for, especially at the airports, where it was getting rid of staff during the pandemic, and now we're trying to rehire them. They always knew that things would get back to normal, and the airport bosses were slow about doing that. When it comes to what is going on with strikes, I think that the government kind of promised a better tomorrow as we came out of the pandemic. So without actually being specific about pay rises, part of that was that people would have a decent uplift once the pandemic was over. That's not happened. Now
it's not happened because we've hit this economic turmoil, whoever's fault that is, though it is a global event. The fact that unions are now turning around, and it's not just the trains, is it? It's doctors,
nurses, examiners,
lawyers,
yeah,
post office workers, that they want, you know, they want their 5% or whatever, plus inflation. Well, that cannot be delivered. No government could actually deliver that.
No. I mean, the situation, obviously, inflation running at 9% at the moment, probably will go up to 11% at the end of the year. People are considerably worse off because of that. So what I think you should end up with is realistic pay settlements. Now, you're absolutely right. If you give inflationary or above inflationary wage settlements, that will fuel the cost of living crisis. However, what you can do is not just offer these 3% here and there, and it applies both to the public and the private sector. I would like to see something in the middle where, if you like, both sides bear the brunt of it. Say 5-6% wage settlements. That wouldn't be too inflationary.
But they're getting offered that. A lot of these people are being offered 5.5% pay rises, and they're still voting to go on strike.
Well, it's a matter for the individual sectors if they're going to do that. But when you actually look down at the pay increases that have been offered so far, it's not quite as simple as that. That an average might be, say, 4.5%, but certain areas are getting less. So it's not an across-the-board rise. The other thing is, take, for instance, teachers' pay. At the moment, they're going to have to fund that through cuts in their own schools, and that causes a problem. So things are a bit more complex than they first seem from the figures.
Well, I tell you what, let's go now to somebody who'll be watching the travel chaos with increased interest, and that's a spokesman from the RSE Foundation, Philip Gorm. Hello there, Philip.
Good morning to you.
Hello. I mean, we're being warned this morning that this sort of chaos is going to be the new norm. Do you agree?
I fear it might be, but I think if you look back historically, this is not the first time that we've had travel chaos down at the Channel ports. I mean, this is a problem one way or another, whether it's Brexit related, whether it's weather related, whether it's industrial relations related, that's been affecting Kent and travel for the last 25, 30 years. And we have a situation that whenever there is some sort of problem, Kent becomes, if not quite gridlocked, then badly affected by it. We have a situation where one of our major motorways, the M20 running down to the coast, gets turned into a lorry park every time something goes wrong at the border. Today it's Brexit, perhaps, and the checking of the documents. Tomorrow it will be a strike somewhere. The day after it could be inclement weather. So this is a problem that successive governments have just not managed to get on top of.
Yesterday, I heard a French MP on the other side of the channel, obviously, sort of saying, well, Dover's just it's too small a port and your roads leading to it aren't efficient enough. That's the problem too. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, if you look at the port of Dover, it is between, this is the wrong analogy, a rock and a hard place. It's between a rock, i.e. the cliffs of Dover, and the deep blue sea, if I'm mixing my metaphors there. So there isn't a great deal of space, and yet year on year, Dover and indeed Eurotunnel up the road say how well they are doing in getting more and more passengers, but they haven't been able to cope with them because of the lack of infrastructure there. And whether it's more funding is needed by them to increase their facilities, or whether the government has to accept that you need more facilities in Kent, particularly for freight, it doesn't matter. Somebody needs to sort of grasp this by the neck and get on with the job. If the solution to the problem is closing the M20 motorway every time there's some disruption, then it's not much of a solution.
I mean, meanwhile, whatever mode of traffic you may be looking at, you've got the problem with the ferries, you've got problem with the trains, you've got problems with the airports. So you can understand a lot of people, as a result, getting in the car to go somewhere. Well, I mean, that's problematic in and of itself. I mean, our road infrastructure is really not what it should be, and we are facing gridlock wherever you want to go.
You're right. The network has got so much busier. Just before the pandemic, we had records amounts of traffic on the roads. We're now back to very close to pre-pandemic levels of traffic, 95% of car traffic compared where we were back in March 2020. So the road network is under pressure. But the channel ports are our main artery, they're the trade link to the continent. And it's not just in our interest to keep that flowing, it's in the French interest. A lot of those people, a lot of those hauliers who were stuck yesterday and the day before in the travel chaos weren't Brits going on holiday or Brits trying to sort of earn a living. They were foreign drivers, a lot of them French, a lot of them from the rest of Europe. So this isn't a problem that the French can sort of wash their hands of, or indeed Westminster government can wash their hands of. This is about international trade. This is not just about a few thousand holidaymakers.
OK, Philip Golm from the RSC Foundation, thank you very much indeed. Nigel Nelson, don't go anywhere, because we might come back to you in just a second.
Yeah, meanwhile, one of our lovely viewers, Brian, says the congestion yesterday was not just confined to Dover, it affected most of East Kent. Faversham particularly bad, as the police were checking lorries at Brenley Corner. As far as I'm concerned, this problem has been exacerbated by Brexit. But then John makes the point, Switzerland is also an external country to the EU, but there are no queues or problems. Normally cars just get waved through, and some border posts aren't even manned most of the time. So why the problems at Dover?
Yeah, I think it's probably a different situation, though, isn't it,
Yeah, but it must be miserable living in Kent and having that motorway full of lorries every year. It's crazy, isn't it?
Let's move away from Kent and go to Essex, should we, and talk to one of our viewers and listeners, Suzanne Guy, who joins us now. Morning, Suzanne. It's absolutely lovely to see you today. Look, first and foremost, what do you make of all this mess now? Are you planning on going on holiday anywhere? Because you've got to be a bit brave to set off, haven't you?
No, I would have attempted to try to cross the Channel. We're going to Norfolk, so lovely Norfolk, so we'll have an easier journey than that.
Yeah, so how are you coping? How are you thinking at the moment when we're talking about Tory leadership elections, trying to choose who might be the best Prime Minister coming up? And meanwhile, as we were saying earlier, it feels like the country is in chaos. Who would you blame?
Well, I think everybody's going on holiday because they've been locked down for so long, and everybody's had these backlogged holidays that they couldn't go on when earlier on. So they're going on holiday belatedly, and I think sometimes the French are dragging their feet. I'm partly French heritage, so I can say that I think sometimes we've had this problems with the French and the English for forever, haven't we? I have a book on the bookcase called 1,000 Years of Annoying the French. So I think they're annoyed about Brexit. They didn't want us to leave them. So I think to some extent that it's partly that, partly everybody else going on holiday. And so I don't know what the answer is. As somebody said earlier, we can't really blame the government for that.
Well, no, it's a bit problematic, isn't it? Look, when it comes to the time when most holidays are over, by the start of September, we are going to have a new Prime Minister. I don't know if you're a Conservative Party member, whether you get a vote or not, but either which way, who do you fancy?
Well, early on, I thought none of the above, but I think I've warmed a bit towards Liz. I think she's the best of, not a bad bunch, I don't want to be unkind, but I think I like some of her policies, particularly about the tax cuts. I think we need to do that, at least let people spend their own money, keep some of their own money, and also I'd like to see VAT reduced and phased out, because that's an EU tax. So maybe we could, and then if people were allowed to spend their own money, it would help the economy, because shops are closing, people can't afford to spend. So really, by giving the tax cut, surely that would help.
Well, it's lovely to be joined by you this morning from Chelmsford. From the look of your garden outside your window, it looks as though you've got something to celebrate. It's nice to see the bunting up.
Yeah. That's still there from the Queen's Jubilee. We had
keep it up.
A barbecue.
I'm a strong believer in keeping the decorations up well after Christmas.
So. Did you?
I know, because go on.
Oh, go on, carry on.
No, I was just saying we left it there because we sit out there. It just makes it look lovely. And but I just want to say thank you. And I'd emailed in to compliment the two of you. I like your partnership, your GB News partnership, and I think you're really kind, Steve. And you don't sort of tear into people like some of the other presenters on other shows. You know, we used to have ours on mute a lot of the time. We used to sort of have it on in the evening, something interesting, we put it on. But now with GB News, we can sit there and even though there's really good debates, especially sort of later in the evening with Dan as well, but I think you're both really professional. And I love that you're back, Anne. I remember you in the 80s when I was a young mum at home, and I used to watch you on the sofa. So brilliant. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the compliments. That's lovely.
I think.
Well, it's really kind of you to say, and it's all about sharing views, isn't it? And I don't think ripping into people does anyone any favours, really.
No,
you want to get answers.
I'm sorry you missed that.
Oh, I was just saying, we want to get answers out of these people, don't we? Not just yell at them.
Not just confrontation.
No,
I hate programmes.
Those hustings were embarrassing, weren't they? Because they were like fighting into each other. They just say the blue on blue, and and I thought that you were. The thing that impressed me was that you were talking about the final candidates and the ones that had been eliminated, and you were so kind towards them. But you know, you were giving a good perspective on it, both of you, and I thought it's so refreshing. So that was what prompted me to email in, although I often do about certain things when I get hot under the collar or something. It's so nice to be able to have this interaction, isn't it? And I think other shows are copying you now, because something the other day I caught some, I won't mention on air, they said, email in and let us know. So I thought, yes, you're copying GB News.
Yeah. I've noticed that too, absolutely. But it's a compliment in a way, isn't it? Yeah. Lovely to talk.
It is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Suzanne, thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely day, and thank you for being so kind.
Yes, that's really nice.
Thank you. No, it's genuine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a quick word from you, Nigel, just to wrap up. You've got to be nice to us now.
I think being nice is actually a good bet for all politicians, frankly.
Yes, they need to start doing that.
It was unedifying, wasn't it? Watching the candidates tear strips and be nasty to each other.
Yeah, and it could get nastier over the summer. But I think the idea of a nicer politics, if both Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak adopted that, that would go a long way to actually getting confidence back in them.
Is there a problem with these debates? We're out of time. I'm being yelled at. But is there a problem with these debates in that the way they are moderated, They're being encouraged to be horrible to each other.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the broadcasters quite like that. I think the real problem is they're quite close together as far as the polling goes, and the closer they are, the nastier it'll get.
OK. Nigel, thank you very much indeed.
Good one for you to comment on, please. Yeah, GBViews at gbnews.uk. You know, is it unedifying watching them tear strips off each other, or do you find it exciting? And who do you blame? I think some of the broadcasters deliberately ask really horrible questions.
And there's going to be worse to come. There's going to be worse to come. I sort of think if we were going to talk to them here, you'd want to sit them down on a sofa and just have a chat rather than this having a go at each other. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it does anybody any favours. But that's what they think brings in the ratings.
Yeah, well, I disagree.
I disagree.
Oh, there you go.
But it's what they're all desperate to do.
Shall we bring you up to date with the headlines? Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have vowed to toughen controls on migration into the UK as part of their bids to become next Tory leader and, of course, Prime Minister. Mr Sunak said he would tighten the definition of who qualifies for asylum and introduce a cap on refugee numbers. Ms Truss says she would extend the UK's Rwanda asylum plan and increase the number of Border Force staff. More than 14,000 migrants have crossed the Channel to the UK on small boats so far this year.
The latest poll shows voters think Rishi Sunak would make a better Prime Minister than Liz Truss. It's an opinion poll of 2,000 adults. Found 43% back the former Chancellor, 36% back the Foreign Secretary.
And a state of emergency has been declared in part of California as a wildfire continues to rapidly spread near Yosemite National Park. The so-called Oak Fire has exploded in size since starting on Friday, but firefighters were still unable to get any of it under control 24 hours later. More than 3,000 people now have been evacuated, 10 homes destroyed.
Now, the head of the World Health Organization has declared the monkeypox outbreak a global health emergency.
Yes, and despite the World Health Organization committee being unable to come to a consensus, they've declared the emergency anyway as the tie-breaking vote.
Now, let's talk to Professor Azim Majid, who's Professor of Primary Care and Public Health at Imperial College London. Morning to you. Good to see you. Should we be concerned about this?
No, I don't think so. I think the actions that WHO recommend countries take are already in place in the UK. So, for example, we're increasing public awareness of monkeypox, increasing work amongst NHS staff. We're testing people who might have the infection. We're tracing contacts, offering advice and vaccination if that's needed. And we're also offering vaccinations to high-risk groups as well. So the measures that WHO want in place are actually already here in the UK, and those are working quite well, I think, at the moment.
How is monkeypox spread?
So it's spread through close contact, or like say COVID, which can spread very easily. You can say in a room, so one person can affect many others. With monkeypox, it really requires close contact. So shaking hands, close contact during sex, for example. So it can't really spread just by being close to someone, but not actually in physical contact with that person.
Nasty, is it? What I can't understand is. Obviously, you don't want to catch anything. You don't want a condition, a disease to spread, and yet there's not really any treatment, is it? Doesn't it just go away after a few weeks?
Yeah, in most cases, in the current outbreak, it has resolved without any complications. There have been a few deaths, around 5 globally, so very, very low death rate, about 1 in 3,000 cases. For most people, it's generally not a pleasant illness, but it will resolve after a few weeks without any major complications.
So why would the World Health Organization declare a global emergency?
I think it's a good question. So I think the fact committee was split, shows there was debate about this question. So I think the concerned numbers are increasing. It is spreading across many countries. And also for the first time, we're seeing outbreaks that are spreading without contact with animals. So this is something we haven't really seen before in the past very much. So I think they're concerned it may become more prevalent across the world, more common. So they're trying to act early to prevent that happening.
OK. Professor Majid, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And do stay with us because there's lots more to come, including Aidan McGee's going to be here telling us what's happening with weekend sport. Do stay with us.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:28, very good morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yeah, cheers if you're just having your first morning cup of tea or something.
It's your first gin and tonic of the day.
Yeah, that's a very large gin and tonic, very large, even for me.
OK, let's see what's happening in the world of sport. Aidan McGee is here.
It's just gin, isn't it?
Yeah, pure gin, absolutely. A bottle of it.
How are things, all right?
Yeah, all right, how are you?
Yeah, not bad at all, not bad at all. I was thinking the other day, I was coming back from Faversham and I saw the build-up of traffic on the other side of the road on the M2, and I just thought, maybe a road had been closed. Of course, it's developed into this massive problem we've seen later in the week, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right. We've had a viewer call in from Faversham. Not call in. Why don't I say call in?
I was in Broadstairs. I was in Broadstairs.
Faversham is awful at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. That's where
just
Bob
trying
Geldof.
to get to the local shops.
Bob Geldof lives down there.
That's right.
Yeah,
oh, does he?
He does indeed, yeah. He's been
there. Big manor house. I opened a fete for him one year.
Yeah, he'll be standing there yelling at them all.
I opened his fete because he was... Sorry, silly story. No. It was 1987, July, and it was July the 11th. And
Nan's birthday.
His fete was going to be opened. He has a fete every year, big do, very big do. And it was going to be opened by... Wherever I lay my hat, that's my home. Who do I mean?
Paul Young.
Paul Young. It was going to be opened by Paul Young, but he'd got delayed in Los Angeles. So Bob rang me up and said, could you come and open the fete? And I said, well, I am 9 months pregnant, and I don't really know whether I should be allowed out. And he said, oh, come on down. So I went down, opened the fete with the largest tummy you can imagine. Almost as soon as I'd opened the fete and had a few photographs with people, my waters broke, rushed off to hospital, had the baby 6 hours later.
Oh, no wonder you remember the day.
That's why I remember the day, yeah. But I remember where it was. I was very glad there weren't any...
He did on you what he did on the groups at Live Aid, because, you know, he signed them up. He said,
by telling them other people...
Yeah, he told them that, and he put their names down, advertising before they agreed on it, because there were and U2 and people that were going, oh, I don't know, it interrupts our tour dates. And because he put them down, they felt duty bound to turn up, and he created that wonderful event out of it.
That's right, absolutely. By conning people, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
It worked really well. Yeah.
Sometimes you've got to...
Anyway, so yes, that's
fair enough. Now, let's talk Ronaldo.
Yes. So, yeah, look, he'd signed a contract last summer for 2 years, OK? So earlier this month, on July the 2nd, he announces that he wants to leave. Now, you know, it does happen. Obviously, the United he went back to, compared to the one he left back in 2009, not the same club. He did his bit. He scored 24 goals in all competitions last season. It didn't lift them to where they wanted to go. Now, Manchester United realised that it's kind of counterproductive to keep a player who doesn't want to be there, especially one of this magnitude. However, they've got a battle on their hands because all their sponsors want him to stay, especially the ones who've got a Far East presence, because as an individual, he carries considerable weight all around the globe. So they're looking at reaching a compromise now, which would involve he goes on loan to a Champions League club because he wants to play in the Champions League in the second year of his contract. So Atletico Madrid in Spain are a club who are very interested. He used to play for Real Madrid. It's a difficult move politically because he's playing for the rival of one of the teams where he was a legend. However, if he comes back and triggers the third year of his contract, because he has an option of a third year, United would probably sanction this move for this 1 year. Then he'd come back and as I say, trigger the extra year, and hopefully United would be back in the Champions League. Now, the question is, are you in a good position to get back in the Champions League when you're sacrificing your top player for a season? But it looks like they're going to do that. They were in trouble yesterday. I mean, they were 2-0 up against Aston Villa in a friendly. They're in all sorts of disarray at the moment. They lost. They drew 2-2 in the end down in Sydney. Obviously, they're playing down there in Sydney. We talked about yesterday all these clubs who have got this problem with vaccinations as well. I was at QPR yesterday. We played Crystal Palace, and that was Crystal Palace's unvaccinated team. The previous day,
they have a vaccinated and an unvaccinated.
Effectively, yeah. So the previous day they played Crystal Palace played in Sydney against Leeds United. Okay, so that was those are the players, and they've only got 10 outfield players down there because they're the only ones allowed into Australia to play that game. Meanwhile, the Crystal Palace players who are unvaccinated have been playing local friendlies at the training ground against teams like Millwall and Charlton. They came to QPR yesterday. Only 800 Crystal Palace fans turned up because they realised they weren't playing the entire team. I can only imagine that they signed up for these contracts, so these tours 2 years ago, because why would you want a situation where half your team is in England and half your team is in Australia? It's not. They're not the only team. There's a few Chelsea players and Manchester City players have been refused access.
They must have been signed up pre-COVID.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, just before we run out of time, Aidan, let's have a look at a bronze in the World Athletics.
Yeah, that's right. So there was a bit of a team change because they struggled. A couple of the participants were out of form, but we saw Jonah Efaloko, Reece Prescott, Jarnell Hughes, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake compete and win the bronze in the 4x400 metres relay. They held off Jamaica. It was a number one place for Canada. They got the gold and a silver for US. Now, the thing I was going to say to you here is that when I grew up, this shows how far athletics has fallen, because obviously it's had a problem with drugs, and obviously broadcasters don't necessarily want to get involved in that when they can't guarantee the sanctity of a race. But when I was growing up, think of all the athletes that we knew. There was household names: Liz McColgan, Steve Cram, Steve Ovett, Linford Christie, Steve Backley, Roger Black, Chris Akabusi, our very own Chris Akabusi.
Oh, yes. They're all at a certain age.
They are, but they were opening supermarkets. They were on Question of Sport. They were Sports Personality of the Year. They were bigger. They were as big. They were as famous as someone like Gary Lineker, who was the equivalent in football. Have you heard of any of these? Jonah Efaloko, Reece Prescott, Jarnell. I've heard of Jarnell Hughes.
Jarnell Hughes, I've heard.
Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. I don't want to denigrate their achievement, because it's a hell of a thing getting a bronze medal at a World Championships. That's arguably even higher level than the Olympics. But how far is that's when we look at the damage that drugs can do to a sport? There it is crystallised in one sentence.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
And I feel sorry for the current generation, because no evidence they're worse. They're worse than the ones from 30 years ago, but they're just not as well known because the broadcasters pull away when they can't guarantee that the runners and riders are who they say they are, and they've been taking what they've been taking.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Fair point.
Sad.
It is sad. It is.
Quite an effect, isn't it?
Aidan, thank you. We're going to see at 9:30, aren't we, for a big, long
one, yeah.
Lovely.
Exactly. I bought some sunglasses yesterday, actually. I was hoping we might be able to come in.
Yes, I think we talked sun hats last week.
That's fair.
I think we should definitely talk sunglasses, because there's a lot to be said about sunglasses. Not just about what suits you, it's about whether it's safe to drive in the car with them.
There's
and
issues
things
with
like that.
now.
There's lots of issues.
I noticed in the shop yesterday, smaller lenses are coming back into fashion.
Oh, I like the big ones.
Oh, you look like John Lennon. You look like Diana Prince.
Really, do I?
Wonder Woman.
Oh, how nice.
The 70s, she was those huge 70s.
I always think of them as Jackie Onassis, the great big ones.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, we've got lots more to come for you, including, has the Queen decided to personally invite Harry and Meghan to see her this summer? We'll find out.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:38, you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Darren's been in touch. Morning, Darren. Can you say a quick hello to my beautiful wife, Fiona, and daughter, Sophie, as they're travelling back to Walney Island, Barrow-in-Furness, this morning to see family? We'll miss them as they'll be gone for a week.
Oh, yeah.
Message duly delivered.
Yeah, my Auntie Gwyn and my Uncle Bob both live on Walney Island.
No, I was going to say that must be near your part of the world, mustn't it?
It is. There's a street on Walney Island called... There's a street called Leopard Street.
Ooh.
Everyone calls Leopard Street.
Leopard, yes.
Yeah, funny. Leopard
That's like
Street.
Hyacinth Bucket being called Hyacinth Bouquet.
Yeah. Go to Leopard Street. There you go. Anyway, newspapers, should we?
I think so. Let's take a look at the front pages. So, what do we got first? There's anger at Rishi Sunak's hardline plans for immigration, according to The Independent. Oh, no, that's the Sunday Times we're looking at there, isn't it? They're saying...
Oh, it's no longer feasible.
It's no longer feasible to be a full-time GP, all over their front page.
Yes. Let's see what the next one is. It's a bit of a guessing game. Sunday Telegraphs, yes.
No, that's the Express.
That's the Express.
We did take back control. Boris is sort of leading his legacy, I think he's saying. For 3 years, we've been sticking up for you. We got things right. We got all the major things right.
Right. Is it The Independent next? No, it's The Observer. There you go. Travel chaos is the new normal, it says, after Brexit.
And let's see what we've got next. The Independent, their anger at Sunak's hardline plans for immigration.
Yeah. And the Mail on Sunday says Liz Truss is focusing on immigration as she'll send more Channel migrants to Africa. Oh, that was like a...
That was like a lottery.
It was like a lottery, wasn't
waiting
it?
for the little balls to come up. They were headlines instead.
There you go. Let's have a look through them in a bit more detail and hopefully a bit more organised with journalist and author Ella Whelan and political commentator Andre Walker. Good to see you both. How can we... The Sunday Telegraph, Ella, is talking about winter blackout.
How can things get any worse? Really?
Oh, they can. This is something that's been talked about and threatened for a while. There's always been, because of the fact that we know that there is a fuel crisis, and indeed those of us at home should be getting ready to look forward to bills that come October could be up to £3,244, which is unbelievable. And throughout the European Union, countries have been asked to cut their gas usage by 15%. And so far, the UK has not gone down that route, but the Telegraph reports that it has seen documents that show contingency plans for us to do something similar. The National Grid has been in meetings looking at whether or not they're going to ask individual users to basically switch off the lights, switch off the heating, at a time when we know, let's remember we do have very cold winters in Britain. People always forget this, particularly now when we're going through a heat wave. But the winter can be horrendous. I mean, it can be lethal for people in this country. There are several solutions that have been floated around, whether or not companies ask industrial users to turn off turn things off overnight or turn things off at certain times to stop basically us individuals from being affected. And there's also, the government has asked coal-fired power stations to stay open that were due to be closed, gas storage facility, which is off the coast of Yorkshire, to be reopened. So all the kind of green plans to basically completely phase out dirty fossil fuels is having to be thrown out the window because we literally cannot keep people warm.
But I drive into London at 3:30 or so in a morning, and every tower block is ablaze with light. The very idea that they're going to talk to us householders, who will be turning off our lights anyway because we'll be terrified of the bill, while they're not doing something about these huge users of electricity. I mean, why are tower blocks completely ablaze with light at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Well, very. Do you know the honest answer? They get the security to walk around, the lights turn on automatically. You used to have a bloke with a torch, but now they don't do that. But I find it extraordinary. I used to work for the Member of Parliament for Morecambe, and obviously I don't speak on his behalf, but we had a nuclear power station there. You had gas offshore in the Irish Sea. You had wind power. You had wave power. You had the ability to frack under Bowland. We have the ability to produce enough cheap energy in this country, but instead what we've done is obsessed over green technology. And people have forgotten that for every single wind turbine you need a gas turbine to back it up, because when the wind drops, it needs something to switch on quickly. We've got ourselves into a real mess. I genuinely think if we supported the idea of moving technology forward rather than returning to windmills, we wouldn't be in this position. And I think it's really, really sad that we've ended up in a position where we're plunging people into poverty. The idea of £3,200 a year is staggering.
It's staggering. Morecambe, is that David Morris?
I introduced you. That's how we know each other.
Didn't he used to be in a boy band?
No, he used to be a guitar
player.
player.
What are you two talking about?
He used to be a guitar player for Rick Astley. Yeah, the MP for Morecambe used to be Rick Astley's guitar player.
Good Lord. I didn't know that.
We met on the terrace.
We did meet on the terrace. That's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago.
Oh, I used to hobnob round the Commons,
Oh, that's the terrace.
Oh, the terrace, yes, the terrace. There you go. Now, you picked cheery stories for us this morning. Let's have a look at the Daily Star Sunday, Andre. Funeral costs rise.
Yes, everything else is going up, so is the cost of cremation.
Yeah, do you know something? It's really just the same story, but actually it's a really sad situation simply because we're now talking about even cremations, which are supposed to be the cheaper option. A lot of people are going for that, particularly in the south of England, where the cost of burials is absolutely huge. But £1,000 for a cremation. The average funeral now, you ready for this? £4,800. Now, look, I'm not being funny, but in the middle of a cost of living crisis, you're worried about your children, you're worried about the cost of food and clothes and whatever, and then, no disrespect, but granny or granddad dies, and you get whacked with a bill for £4,800.
It doesn't have to be that expensive.
It doesn't have to be, but that's the average. And so, my mother's funeral, which, what was it? A church, 2 cars and a burial. That was sort of £6,000. These figures do add up very, very quickly. But of course, as I say, the cremation option of £1,000 to me seems absolutely extraordinary. And the critical point was that the figure has gone up by £160. But by the way, there's something else on this page which I thought was hilarious. They're talking about saving money by getting a cheap barbecue deal from a high-end butcher. Listen to this. You can get a T-bone steak, you can get 2 dry-aged rump steaks, 4 burgers, 2 sausages and 2 pork chops for £96.
Oh, bargain.
That's horrendous. I can't believe they're saying that's a bargain.
No, that's not a bargain. And
no, I can't believe they
too
put it
much
on the
red
same
meat in
page.
there.
Sorry about
I was just thinking that as I started talking.
Honestly, you can hire coffins now, can't you? That's the thing.
Well, but Steve, I don't understand why people don't. The reality is
I'd hire one.
The cost of all these things is so extraordinary. And at the end of the day, what are you going to do? You're going to either burn it or put it in the ground.
Well, you can get cardboard coffins. That would explain why there are so many adverts on the television at the moment about cheaper cremations.
But cardboard coffins and wicker coffins are basically as expensive as wooden ones.
Are they?
Yeah.
Cardboard ones?
Yeah, even the cardboard ones. But if you hire a coffin, they sort of put you in something and then they just lift you out of it.
I mean, you're not going to be too bothered, Will. With all due respect, you're not going to be too worried, are you?
No.
Well, you aren't personally, but your family might be, I suppose. Should we go to The Sun, Ella, and cruel rail strikes?
Yes, so obviously we know that rail strikes are coming up, and we saw the disruption that they caused last time around. I'm someone who's in favour of, I support the strikers because I think that if you look at the way in which The Sun is reporting it, one of the union bosses has been called cruel, and he says critics describe it as a selfish, cruelly timed and cynical manipulation of a landmark national event because this particular strike that's coming up is happening at the same time as the Commonwealth Games. And I suppose the only thing I'd say is that strikes are meant to be disruptive, and strikes are meant to make a point, which is that at times of great need of a service like running the railways, workers leverage their power and prove to bosses that they're necessary. It's relatively pointless to have a strike on a time when no one is getting the trains and no one needs to use transport. But to be fair to The Sun, they point out the fact that they say that the RMT has walked away from this deal that has been put forward, which is a 2-year 8% pay deal. But what the RMT says is that, one, that doesn't even nearly meet with the kind of levels of inflation that we're seeing, and it basically amounts to a real-time pay cut for workers. But there's also one of the things that often gets missed is that a key part of these rail strikes are about redundancies and about compulsory redundancies, and part of the deal that's been offered to workers doesn't involve a guarantee against redundancies. So, yes, there's going to be disruption. Yes, it's going to be fairly miserable for certain people. But on the other hand, as the RMT and lots of their supporters say, if more people followed the process of going in, supporting a union and leveraging their power in this way, perhaps they'd get better deals in their workplaces.
Perhaps we'd all be bankrupt.
If you remember...
Well, Mick Lynch and Eddie Dempsey, who are two representatives from the RMT, have been doing the media rounds in the last few weeks and very solidly pointing out that, in particular in relation to the railways, there is a phenomenal amount of money swimming around in terms of bosses' take-home pay, and to basically have workers being penalised and threatened with redundancies while they're, as Eddie Dempsey put it, having a disco. I mean, you can understand how individual workers would see that as unfair.
But if you cast your mind back to when rail workers, or tube workers rather, wanted to strike during the Olympics, which I thought was a real disgraceful thing to do. They were striking about the whole concept of moving people out of ticket offices and onto the platforms. I would argue that the vast majority of people who now use tube trains will tell you that it's a better situation to have these guys mingling amongst the customers on the platform. And actually, what was happening was this strike, which, by the way, they got £1,000 each to work during the Olympics, was simply opposing something that was demonstrably an improvement in service. And I just feel that when you've got a dispute about your terms and conditions, I understand that. But effectively what you're doing is you're bullying the Commonwealth Games because you just don't like moving into the modern world. And I think that's where it becomes unfair.
Well, hang on, be fair, Andrew. This is about redundancies. It's not about moving workforces to a different platform. And we know that the government has just there was announced that they're bringing in new legislation to allow companies and bosses to bring in agency workers to break strikes, which is remarkable.
Fantastic.
I don't think it's fantastic. I think that's, if you look at a situation in which the government is cracking down on protests, making people being able to have their voices heard, and now bringing in agency workers to break strikes, you're moving to a situation in which, when things, we've got a cost of living crisis, and there's lots of people who are facing completely impossible situations in their work and home life, and you've got a government that says that you can do nothing about it.
But when you're talking about that thing on protest, remember what they're talking about. There is no prohibition whatsoever on you walking down the street with a placard. What they're simply saying, and why I agree with it 100%, is if you stand outside a butcher's with a megaphone for 3 weeks screaming murder at people, that's not a protest. It's simply harassing the customers.
It's a noise clause.
No, but
protests are noisy.
But you look at our friend in Parliament Square, Steve Bray. His intention is to prevent media outlets, including this one, to be able to properly interview people he disagrees with.
That's protest. That is very annoying. That
is the intention. There is simply to harass people out of disagreeing with him, and that's not a protest.
OK,
We've let you disagree. It's been a bit like Wimbledon.
Quite nice we've had a little rest, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Ella, Andre, thank you. We'll see you next hour for Ding Dong number 3.
Yes, indeed. Now, the Queen has reportedly invited Harry, Meghan and their children to Balmoral this summer as she sort of extends an olive branch to the Sussexes.
So if they accept, it would mean the Duke and Duchess's children, Archie and Lilibet, would spend time with their great-grandmother.
Yeah,
Will it happen?
Well, who knows? More on this and all the royal stories this week. We're joined by the former royal correspondent for The Sun, Charles Ray. Morning, Charles.
Good morning, guys.
Do you think the Queen has done this? It's a bit of a rumour at the moment, but it's really interesting if she has.
Well, it's a slightly bit more than a rumour because staff have been told at Balmoral to prepare for the visit. But they're preparing for the visit of all members of the royal family who turn up at different times. So it's not unusual or a very big surprise that she's invited Harry and obviously Meghan because he is still her grandson. Now people are saying this is an olive branch to try and keep the peace and everything else. Well, if they do turn up to Balmoral, which I am doubtful that they will, but if they do turn up, at least they may well get more than 15 minutes with the Queen that they got at the Jubilee.
Doubtful.
Sorry?
Why are you doubtful that they'd turn up?
Because I just think that Harry and Meghan are on a course to cause as much problems as possible. To be seen by the event the other day where he's been given leave to sue the Home Office over this gun guard scenario from the police.
I mean, if they did come, or if the Queen has indeed thought, well, I'll invite them, the other part of the rumour, the other end of it, is that they would be invited at a time when they wouldn't have to bump into other members of the family. So could that be true?
That is almost certainly true because all members of the family usually are invited to Balmoral, and they arrive at different times because it's quite a while that she's up there, and she likes to have a family around her. So they William, Catherine, and the children go up, and so do Zara and Mike Tyndall, and the Edward and Sophie. So they don't usually all turn up at the same time.
So this could be choreographed, but as you say, you find it unlikely that they would want to. On the other hand, it would give her time, wouldn't it, to see her grandchildren? She hardly knows them at all. And again, from the Sussex's point of view, it cements their royal credentials, doesn't it?
Well, it does in the sense that he is still the Queen's grandson, and so is a sort of distant member of the royal family now. But yeah, I mean, there's added advantages. Like you said, the Queen gets to see her great grandchildren, which she's only. She met for a few minutes at the Jubilee. Lilibet, she'd met Archie before, but yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to take up that offer, I would have thought, given everything that's been going on. We've got the Tom Bower book, we've got all sorts of things going on in the background. Harry's still making these woke speeches which aren't going down well in this country and within other members of the royal family as well.
You brought up the issue of their security. One wonders what sort of security they'd want for a visit to, a very private visit to Balmoral. But what do you think of this business that Harry has now been given leave to sue the Home Office? Has he got a point that when he comes here, he should be given royal security?
Well, let's be clear about this. If Harry and Meghan and the kids turn up to Balmoral, they will be guarded by the police because there is a ring of steel around Balmoral. So the police are there, the gun guards are there. So Harry and the family would be protected. Remember, Harry's the one who said he felt unsafe coming to Britain. Well, I mean, he lives in one of the most unsafe countries in the world, realistically. And I think it's wrong of Harry to take this course of action. And I do hope that the court throws it out. The point is, if we do not hire police officers with guns in this country, and if Harry gets his way with that, that means people who can afford it would be able to hire the police. Because if you open up the gates for Harry, you've got to open up the gates for everyone else. And it's wrong.
True. Is it, Charles? I don't know, but it's open for debate. We're out of time, sadly. So I'll throw a question at you and don't give you time to answer, for which I apologise. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good to talk.
We didn't have time. I wanted to ask about this wedding, because this gets my goat. I wonder if it turns you off as much as it does me. Lady Tatiana getting married to someone called... Stop counting in my ear. Let me neck, it's like, put me off. I can't find my words now. Lady Tatiana married Alec Drew. And then there's all this stuff about model Sabrina Percy with her husband Phineas Page.
Phineas.
And all this sort of... And it's just like, oh, they all met in...
It's the names getting to you.
It's the names that get to me.
Posh
I just
names.
think they're so right posh, aren't they? They're right posh.
What posh names irritate you? GB Views at GBNews.
Harry Wentworth Stanley. And all this. I mean, it's a different world, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is most definitely a different world.
Gets my goat.
Lots more to come on that. Keep your views coming in, and we'll join you in just a couple of moments.
OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s. Feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day, dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Travel chaos is the new normal, apparently, as delays continue at the port of Dover.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 24th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. These are your top stories.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry,
well, it's not a terribly great way to start the day, I'm afraid, but more queues at Dover because travellers wait up to 7 hours to get to France. 3,000 lorries, meanwhile, are parked on the M20, forcing holidaymakers to use just a single lane to try to get to the port.
The Tory leadership contenders shift focus to border control. Rishi Sunak pledging to cap the number of refugees that reach Britain. Liz Truss promising to send more migrants to Africa. What appeals to you?
Monkeypox is declared a global emergency. The World Health Organization say there are currently over 2,000 cases of the disease in the UK. Now, whilst anyone can get monkeypox through close personal contact, most cases identified so far have been amongst gay and bisexual men.
The views are coming through thick and fast this morning. Keep them coming through. Anything you want to talk about, gbviews@gbnews.uk. We were talking about Boris Johnson's legacy, weren't we, earlier on? And everyone who'd emailed in was being very negative about the Prime Minister. So we've had a response to that, which is what we like, a bit of balance. John says, Boris is the best Prime Minister we had since Churchill. The traitors that have done for him have brought chaos to the country and made a bad situation much, much worse.
Yeah, David in Chesterfield says, Boris is the best Prime Minister this country has had for decades. He's done so many good things. People tend to forget the good in a person and pick out all the faults. They need to take a look at themselves.
When it comes to the travel chaos that everyone's talking about today, and obviously the problems at Dover, John's been in touch. He's in Margate. Morning, John. He says, we have a lovely port in Ramsgate laying empty. Plus, we have a wonderful airport laying empty. We were promised would be opened again for freight and passengers. The road structure to the port and airport are good. It would bring in much-needed employment to the area, but no one in government seems to be into this area. I mean,
who's the MP from Margate, then? We need to find out, because that's a really interesting point, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, if they've been promised that the airport would actually be opened up again and do something useful, if they've got a lovely port laying empty, why? Why aren't
Oh, it's Roger Gale.
Is it indeed? For Margate?
Roger Gale, yeah,
That's
North Planet.
Well, come on, Roger, if you're watching, because we know you do from time to time.
Oh, he does, he does.
Come on
Mrs.
and tell
Gale
us
does,
why.
Lady Gale.
Why we're not doing something to open up Ramsgate. Because I remember hearing that French politician yesterday, blaming Brexit, of course, for the Dover chaos, but saying that it's always been a problem because Dover is a very small port. It's very cramped. It's difficult to get to. It's nothing to do with the French, he was saying. It's Dover's fault. So maybe if we've got other ports that could be opened up to be used.
Yeah, there you go. And just on a side note, Kim in Llandudno. Llandudno?
Llandudno. I think so.
Need to get it out. My Auntie Brenda lives near you now. My wife says your hair looks lovely, Anne. The other way round.
Yes, it is the other way round.
Being a bloke, I didn't notice. Oh, I didn't either. We both agree you and Stephen are a breath of fresh air on.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much.
I may put my wig on backwards next weekend.
Yeah, go on,
see if anyone notices.
Swiggle it round.
Could do, couldn't I? It's glued on at the minute, but you never know. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yeah, I must say I feel a bit guilty at the very top of the hour when we say, delays. Chaos is going to be the new norm, and then I pop up and say, "Good morning." It's good morning with sort of bad news, and I'm afraid it is, isn't it? Because delays at the port of Dover continued for a second day yesterday as holidaygoers braved 7-hour queues to get a ferry to France.
Now, a lack of French border control staff caused long tailbacks. That sparked, of course, as you know by now, that cross-channel row. One person reckons they've waited for 30 hours. Others said they've had to sleep in their cars overnight.
One former ambassador to France said travel chaos would be the new normal after Brexit.
Well, let's talk to former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall, who's here in the studio for us this morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Look, I mean, it's interesting because this is chaos, but it's the busiest week, traditionally the busiest weekend of the year for Dover, so we've got to expect some delays, haven't we?
Yes, we do. And this is something that comes every single year. As soon as the start of the school holidays begin, we see chaos on the roads, at the airports, at ports. There is nothing unusual about this. I think perhaps it's a little bit of a perfect storm, actually, at Dover. And I think one of your viewers is quite right, that the road structure leading into Dover doesn't lend itself to the amount of traffic that's going through and freight traffic. But also the French didn't send enough workers over to man the booths. That is a major problem.
Do you think that's deliberate? Is that having a dig at us over Brexit?
I think part of it is. Part of it is. We have always had this fight with France. throughout our history, and I think this has only made it worse with Brexit, there are going to be extra checks. But there have always been passport checks at Dover. None of that is absolutely new to us. I think the problems will come when there is more legislation that requires facial recognition or fingerprint checking at the docks. That's going to cause us a bit more of an issue. But we both need to work together, and I think the French need to realise they need to also work with us as much as we need to work with them.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder whether we shouldn't have anticipated this a bit more strongly, more robustly. Yeah, because what's happening at the moment is something that we actually organised. These are the arrangements that we called for post-Brexit, and maybe not enough robustness was built into the system. If the French want to be silly with us and send over fewer than we need, we should have anticipated that too somehow.
We absolutely should. And back in 2020, the Cabinet Office actually refused to put more passport booths at Dover. It was recommended that you would need extra capacity. And the Cabinet Office said, no, we don't want to spend sort of, £3 million on this. It'll be fine. Well, that was a little bit short-sighted because we all knew that Brexit was happening, we were leaving, there would be extra checks. So I think there's a little bit of fault on both sides, and that obviously doesn't make me very popular with some part of it. So Brexit does have a part to play. It's not the fault. The French have a part to play. So we need to get this back together again before the next holiday comes up and causes the same problems all over again.
Of course, what this is doing is providing something to talk about for people like the Foreign Secretary, as she battles for a place in number 10. I mean, she's coming out with some pretty strong words. We need to talk to France and we're going to sort it out. But there's nothing, is there, that can be done in the immediate term? Or is there?
No, there isn't. There's nothing that can be done in the immediate term. And I think half the problem is going out there saying, I will speak strongly to the French. Well, it doesn't work. I've been over to France. I have spoken to the border controls over in France myself when I was at the Home Office with the Immigration Minister, and we stood on a beach in France. You can speak all the words you like. Unfortunately, you have to add money into it, but you have to have an ongoing relationship. The French and certainly the British do not deal well with being told what to do, so you actually need a little bit of diplomacy, a little bit of working together and being a bit more grown up. So, yes, it's giving them a lot to talk about, but no actual detail on how they would do it.
Stay there, Claire, because we're going to talk to Robert Buckland and maybe get your reaction to that in just a couple of minutes.
In fact, I think he's with us right now. That's the Secretary of State for Wales, Robert Buckland, of course, who's backing Rishi Sunak. But very good morning to you. Thanks for coming on. But before we actually get into the leadership race, who would you blame for the travel chaos at the moment? Because it's appalling and it shouldn't be happening, should it?
No, I mean, so many families are suffering at the moment, having to wait for an inordinate length of time. It does seem that there have been personnel problems with French customs, which have delayed things even more. It's always a very busy time of year as the school holidays start, and therefore I think it's very important that the French authorities work closely with our British counterparts to make sure they've got the staff levels necessary to deal with the number of people that are going on their holidays or indeed going about their normal business through the short straits of Dover-Calais.
Leadership race, and talking about getting out of the country, we're talking about the focus has shifted to people getting into the country today. It seems to be a race to the right when it comes to immigration. Rishi Sunak, who you're backing for number 10, seems to be quoted in one of the papers this morning saying that he wants to put a limit on the numbers of refugees coming into the country. Well, I mean, illegal migration is one thing, actual migration is another, but refugees, you can't put a limit on that, can you?
Well, let's not forget that before a person is deemed a refugee, there is a due process of law. They're an asylum seeker first off, and then a determination is made about their status. I think it's really important that he focuses upon the fundamental definition, which is in a convention that we signed up to 70 years ago. And I think it's important as well, as he does, that we focus on enforcement of the rules. You know, I think our country is hospitable, generous and warm-hearted when it comes to refugees, as we've seen with Ukraine and other countries, but people tell me that they want the rules enforced. If people have exhausted their applications and no longer should be here, then action needs to be taken in order to deport them. Now, that's complex, but I think the ideas that Rishi's coming up with, I think, form the basis of a sensible package, incentivising other countries to take back people who've come here unlawfully, looking at enforcement, improving the way we go after those who exploit people who are here unlawfully, and also setting a target on dealing with that backlog of cases in the asylum system that takes so long to deal with and so long to process.
Being misreported then, because it does look, from all of the way I'm reading it in all of the papers today, it looks as though he actually wants a number put on the amount of legal refugees in this country. That's what it looks like.
Well, what he's proposing is a parliamentary vote every year on the number of refugees to be accepted in the UK, with, of course, an exception for emergencies such as the one we saw with Ukraine. That actually gives Parliament a big say in the process. You know, we've had lots of debates about what is a reasonable number, with Alf Dubs and others putting amendments to parliamentary bills. Why not actually make that a formality and make that a part of the process within Parliament, whereby we have this proper debate about what a reasonable number should look like?
Forgive me, I mean, I don't know, we're sort of bleating on about the 1 point here, but isn't it the convention normally around refugees, someone who is seeking refuge is given the help? Now, it's an entirely different situation when you're looking at numbers of migrants and, of course, illegal migration, but refugees are normally just welcomed. They're seeking help, seeking asylum.
Well, yes, and that doesn't change, but there is a process, as I was saying, whereby people
Changes if you're capping the numbers.
Refugee status, and yeah, but I think the important point is that involving Parliament in this decision-making makes it, I think, a much more accountable process. And also there will be exceptions, of course, for emergencies, such as the one we've seen this year. I don't think this gets away from the compassionate nature of our country. In fact, the details of Rishi's plans about getting people out of hotels and providing more beds and actually providing a much better and clearer framework for refugees and asylum seekers, it is, I think, a humane, compassionate and sensible approach to an issue that does cause concern, most notably the small boats problem and the exploitation of innocent people by criminal gangs.
OK, well, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. What a lovely sunny morning it looks outside Westminster at the moment. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Claire Purcell is still here. Are we barking up the wrong tree here, Claire, or is this... I can't get my head around it. People have concerns about numbers of migrants. They have concerns about illegal migration, and that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
Refugees is a separate issue, isn't it?
It is a very, very separate issue. And those who are deemed to be refugees are entitled to international protection. And these are people, you know, Syrians, Afghans, Ukrainians. We would all say that we need to help those the most. And I found this extremely strange, and I do wonder if perhaps they've got their terms mixed up a little bit.
Well, that's why I was wondering if he'd been misreported.
And that's what I would have thought, because to suggest you're going to cap the number of refugees and put it to a vote in the House of Commons every year as to how many you're going to take when you don't know what humanitarian crises are coming down the line is very, very strange.
Makes sense.
I do wonder if they have got their terms. And this is what happens. People conflate asylum seekers, migrants...
Yeah, but politicians shouldn't.
No, they shouldn't. You're right. But they do quite often, especially if they have never experienced the Home Office and working in that kind of area. So I'm a little worried that they don't either know their terms or they've been misrepresented, or they actually look to cap the number of refugees. I'm quite concerned.
Or they're just saying something that will appeal to the right.
And I think on both candidates you can see that, with Liz Truss coming out saying, I'm going to send more people to Africa and maybe Turkey and any other country I can think of. Well, hold up a second. None of this has worked. You haven't sent a single person to Rwanda in the first place. You're talking about Turkey, who take in excess of 3 million refugees themselves. I'm not sure that they are going to want to help out the UK. So I get very concerned when they start wading into Home Office policy that they don't currently understand.
I mean,
and are just appeasing the very right of the party.
But the interesting thing with that is that, we over the space of 4 minutes, whatever, we gave Robert Buckland the chance to, if there's been a mistake, to correct it, to clarify it, and he just hammered down on it.
Yeah, and then he went back to mentioning small boats and illegal migration.
Exactly, which is nothing to do with refugees. And it is very, very concerning.
I worry. Do you worry that over the next month, with these two leadership candidates desperately trying to appeal to the very few people who are going to vote for them, that they're just almost going to say anything? Can we count on them actually keeping their word on anything?
It does feel a little bit like that. It's looking as though they're appeasing a certain portion of the party in order to get ahead on the ballot paper, not for what is the best thing for the country.
OK. Claire Pearsall, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, well, why don't we find out what a typical... No, I don't know whether there is such a thing as a typical GB viewer, but certainly one of our lovely GB viewers, Peter Blythe, joins us now. From Milton Keynes, I think you are. Is that right?
I am a very typical GB News viewer. I probably spend most of my hours watching GB News, actually. So, well done. Keep it going. Love it.
So, look, what did you make of what Robert Buckland was saying there about capping the number of refugees coming into Britain?
Well, all these politicians, they just say things. I mean, let's get real. I mean, these are PowerPoint presentation headlines, and there's no substance behind it. It's all very well saying we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll reduce inflation, we'll put more GPs into the NHS. But in reality, it never actually happens. And it leads me on to my topic in terms of who's our next MP in a month's time. You know, the MPs have done all their homework. They sit beside each other. They know the ins and outs, the merits, the pros, the cons, etc. of who they want as a leader. But the final decision is down to ordinary Conservative paid-up party members, of which I'm one. And my concern is I really don't know who would get my vote, because I know very little about what these prospective candidates stand for. And the only information available to me are snippets, like, you've just shown Mr. Buckland endorsing, I believe, Rishi Sunak. Later on today, there may be somebody endorsing Liz Truss. They've all got vested interest in who wins that, because they know the person. They may want a job in the future. I don't know what goes on, but at the end of the day, the decision is down to people like myself. I think there's 160 odd members that will have a vote, and in this modern day and age of social media, etc., the Conservative Party probably has the email address of just about all the members. If I was wanting to be the winner, I would need to go out and sell myself. So where is the email that gives me the information that I need to decide who I want to choose? It's just not happening. And it's all very well saying, hello, sorry.
I was going to say that's really interesting that you're a paid-up Conservative Party member, you'll get a vote, and has neither candidate sent out an email to members?
Absolutely nothing. The information that we get is what you as editors or what's in the newspaper. A lot of newspapers, they take a slant one way or the other. I don't like being biased by someone else. I'd like to make up my own opinion, and it costs nothing. I could probably write up a hot list. What are my priorities in the next 2 years? I could write that up in a couple of hours. I mean, this is their job. They live this day and night. Why don't they send out an email to list what their priorities are and how they think they could probably lead the party to win the next election? Send that out, let us look at it, and then we can make an informed decision. That doesn't happen.
Peter, forgive me, Peter, but there's going to be hustings up and down the country. Are you going to try and get to one of those? Because that would give you some insight.
Well, there's 12 hustings, I believe, dotted all over the country. I live in Milton Keynes, so my two nearest hustings, one in Birmingham and one in London. If I was to attend, I'd go to the one in London. But guess when that happens? That's happening, I believe, at the end of the month. Now, I don't know when the votes need to be in by to be counted, but if it's a postal vote, there's a postal strike or a potential postal strike or delays, there's a fair chance that my vote wouldn't be received in time. So no, I'm not going to go to a husting, which, by the way, you have to pay to attend. You have to buy a ticket. It's a nominal amount, but it's the principle, and it's free to send out an email. And they could send out multiple emails, but it just doesn't happen. So it's down to, vote or not vote, or go along with somebody that you like. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Jacob Rees-Mogg, etc. So whatever he says, I'm kind of influenced by, but I've got nothing else to judge them by. And I like the detail, not the headline, the detail.
Yeah. Yeah, you make a really interesting point, Peter. And I think next time we speak to someone representing one of
we'll
these
ask them why, because it's an easy thing for them to do.
Yeah.
Apparently, you've got until 5 p.m. on the 2nd of September to cast your vote.
So there you go. But
and then we'll be hearing
if there's a postal strike, you've had it.
I think it's August the 31st. I can't remember the London date. And these are limited. These are limited attendance. And for me, I've got to get there. Why would I spend £50 to go to listen to somebody that wants my vote?
Yeah, you're dead right. The London hustings is the 31st of August. It doesn't give you an awful lot of time to go home and make up your mind, does it really?
No, it doesn't.
And you probably want to be chewing on it much earlier than that.
Yeah. Look, Peter, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Whereabouts in glorious Milton Keynes are you?
Oh, we're the building 6,500 new houses.
Oh,
just off Watling Street, near the Western Expansion.
Oh, right, sort of White House, that sort of area.
Yeah, a little south of that.
Right, very nice too.
You know the area, do you? You know the area?
I do. I'll see you in the supermarket later on, Peter.
Oh, maybe. I think my wife spotted you once. But just, if I'm allowed, just a very, very quick comment. You're talking earlier about the delays at Dover. I came back from Paris just a couple of weeks ago. And when it comes to the leaving the country, the Brits seem to get siphoned off into a certain passport control area where you have the normal zigzag lines. There were 2 lines forming to get to the various gates that serve us, the flights and so forth. And it's like a supermarket. You've got half a dozen booths, but only one occupied. So they had 2 lines, and there was a passport control, customs guy, passport control stamp guy on the left and one on the right. Well, the one on the left just walked off the job. Now, I don't know whether his shift was over or whatever, but nobody ever came back. So now you've got 2 queues deciding who's next. And this isn't new. Now, to actually process you takes 15 seconds. They just simply put the passport in the machine, scan, 10 seconds later, stamp your passport. So the delay's not in the processing, it's the fact that there's nobody there.
I know. I mean, you've had a career as a managing director. It drives you mad. And as Michael Parkinson used to say, they couldn't run a chip shop.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like, isn't it? Anyway, look, we'll have to leave it there. But thank you so much for joining us. And keep watching.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hope it
love to your wife.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I love it. If you ever spot us out and about, come and say hello.
Yeah. We won't bite.
Nice to say hello.
We won't bite.
I think. Well, might bite. Depends how hungry you are. I always get spotted in the it's always the supermarket.
Well, that's obviously where you spend a lot of time.
I'm always hungry. Let's have a look at the headlines for you. At 8:25, Liz Truss has vowed to implement a tough line in immigration should she become Prime Minister. The Foreign Secretary has pledged to extend the Rwanda scheme, meaning migrants who cross the English Channel can be sent to the African nations. She's also promised to increase frontline border staff numbers by 20% and strike Rwanda-type deals with more countries.
Meanwhile, Rishi Sunak has revealed his own personal heartbreak as he pledged to cut back on NHS waiting time if he becomes Prime Minister. He said his grandfather has been having hospital treatment for 2.5 weeks. The former Chancellor is vowing to end 12-month waiting times entirely by September 2024.
In athletics, Britain have won bronze in the men's 4x100 metre relay at the World Championships. Skipper Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake led the team to finish behind Canada and the US. Meanwhile, heartbreak in the women's event as a suspected hamstring injury to Dina Asher-Smith saw the team miss out on the medals to finish 6th.
It's all go here.
It is all go, isn't it?
Yeah. Not long till you can get out in the supermarket again, though.
No, actually, I desperately need to go. As much as anything else, I'm running out of cat food.
Well, there you go. You see, these are the important things.
It is important. I haven't got any food. I'm not bothered about that. I just haven't got food for the cat.
Anyway, do keep your views coming on in, won't you? GBViews at gbnews.uk on Stephen's supermarket binge.
Sweep.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, yes.
Oh, dear me. Quick one from Shaney. How dare the MPs get rid of Boris? He only lied about issues which had nothing to do with politics.
Oh, Mike in Midhurst says, I believe that Boris will go down as the PM who started Brexit but didn't finish it. And as a man who doesn't know the difference between truth and lies, his legacy will, in fact, drag him down.
I think he's going to be a bit like Thatcher, isn't he? With some people loving him and some people hating him.
Absolutely.
Absolute Marmite. There you go. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBViews at gbnews.uk, and we'll bring you the Sunday newspapers in a couple of minutes. OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s. Feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day, dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory. twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GBNews.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Morning, this is Breakfast with Steve the Man. Now, I've got to clarify something.
What?
Because everyone's talking about how wonderful your hair looks. Timothy has been in touch and said, wow, my wife can't believe you have a wig, Stephen. It looks so very good. Because I did say I'm going to wear my wig backwards later. Have you considered the no-wig option next week to take the spotlight back from Anne's new look? It's not really a wig.
It's not. It's really real hair.
It is real hair.
He was joking.
Yeah, I was joking. I would never wear a wig, I don't think. But, you know,
But at least you had the option, you see, to have a few little bits.
I did have a bit rearranged a couple of years ago.
And it worked, and it's worked brilliantly. But, I mean, I think before they made hair transplantation, work, it was the only option a balding man had, to either go bald or to wear a wig. But I think wigs must be... I mean, I've worn wigs just for costume things in the past, and I find them very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like the idea.
No. But, I mean, I know you have to if you suffer from alopecia or baldness or whatever. That's the only option, I suppose, to some people. But you were lucky to be born in an era where hair transplantation is now...
I had a widow's peak. You know, the sort of traditional widow's peak, so it was just going back a bit here, so they just filled in the gaps.
Yeah.
Marvellous. Took a day. That's it.
Yeah, I remember seeing you just a couple of days afterwards, and it was just like little black dots on your head.
Yeah.
And then, look at it, sprouted, wasn't it?
Fabulous. I'm a young man again. Anyway, let's move on to it from my hair transplant.
Oh, no, can I tell you, before we move on,
yeah.
just one more thing. You were talking about annoying names.
Oh, yes,
Because we were talking about a celebrity wedding that he was reading about in the Daily Mail, and steam was coming out of your ears because of the names of the people involved.
Phineas.
Oh, wow. Why are these very, very posh families, do they choose these extraordinary names? And Diana says, I feel exactly the same. Some of the modern silly celebrity names are the most annoying to me, like Jaden, Bluebell, Ocean, or any names that sound like pets' names.
Yeah.
Mind you, I do think one of the people with the best name ever is River Phoenix, don't you?
Oh, River Phoenix.
That's a wonderful name.
Yeah, River Phoenix. Now, he was 24 when he died. It's a long time ago now. You may not remember him.
Yeah, and Joaquin Phoenix, of course, his brother. But the whole family, because I think the Phoenixes were quite hippie, sort of California-type hippie people, weren't they? And they chose absolutely fabulous names for their children. It sounds very good with the name Phoenix attached.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, River Phoenix, legend. Anyway, let's turn our attention to health matters, should we? Because the World Health Organization has declared the monkeypox outbreak a global health emergency.
Yes, despite the WHO committee being unable to come to a consensus, in the end they declared the emergency as a tie-breaking vote.
Let's talk to Dr. Amos Ogunkoya, who's back in the studio. Good to see you. Let's have a quick roundup of monkeypox then before we talk about something else. How worried should we actually be? It's something that just disappears within a few weeks if you catch it.
In terms of the actual being sick, it's a very mild condition. In terms of what the WHO have done, I think it's really good because what they've done is they've decided to act early. So once a disease triggers, like it's in different places, I think it's in 75 countries, they want to make sure all the systems are in place. So looking for better vaccines and treatments and raising awareness and protecting at-risk groups.
So I suppose, basically, what is your advice to anyone who feels they may be in an at-risk group or maybe even worries that they have one of the early symptoms?
So my advice as a GP is go and speak to someone. So if you're in an at-risk group and they I think 99% of the diagnoses in the UK have been of men, and 98% of them have been men who have sex with men, bisexual and gay men, is that if you think you have been in contact and at risk, go and speak to your GP or talk to them, and it's very easy to diagnose if you've got the lesions as well.
It's problematic, though, isn't it? Because, A, it becomes... It's very difficult then to go to your GP and say, I'm a bit concerned about monkeypox, because you're almost saying, oh, I'm a man who's had sex with men, which you may not want to disclose.
Yeah, and then that's a problem, because essentially what's happening, and there's got to be a drive to do this, is remove any kind of stigma like that. I think if anyone thinks that they have or come in contact, that's something that they should come forward to do, and we as medical professionals need to work on making sure that isn't the case, that people don't feel that their confidentiality is breached and don't feel that they're being judged.
Didn't we get over that with AIDS?
Yeah.
I would have thought we'd have got over the idea of being afraid to go to your GP because it would identify you sexually or something.
Still a lot of stigma around HIV.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues. It's the public perception, and it's about, I think we as medical professionals and people, you need to be speaking about it and speaking about people at risk and making sure that everyone gets equal access to healthcare.
Now, can we ask you about your working hours, please? Because is it in the Sunday Times?
Yes.
It's no longer feasible to be a full-time GP.
Yeah, average salary 100 grand, but you're only working 26 hours a week for it because you're building a, what do they call it, a portfolio career.
I always love reading that. I read that article this morning. My working hours, I mean, what time was I in this morning? Quite early. It's a difficult one because I think what they're getting at is that GPs are finding it really difficult at the moment, and a lot of the GPs want to change their hours in order to do more. So when they say portfolio careers, what they mean is GPs doing other things like medical education, other things that are really pivotal to keeping
research
going.
and
research.
Like sitting on committees even. You know.
Yeah, and even other kinds of clinics. So, I mean, I know GPs who do dermatology clinics and diagnose cancers and the time off. So GPs are still very useful when they're not in their clinic, although it doesn't really help because obviously people are struggling to find appointments.
You see, this is the issue, and whereas this other work may be very valuable and actually medically very valuable, there's a queue of people trying to see a GP. Well, if they're not in the office half the week, then that's not good for the patient, is it?
It's a difficult balance. It's a difficult balance because I think GPs want to see patients, and obviously the pandemics have changed things. I think something like it's gone back to 64% of appointments are face-to-face now, and it used to be way more than that. But the working hours have changed because people have realised that you can do more with the time you allotted.
How much of your time is taken up with paperwork, and how much of that paperwork could actually be done by somebody else who's not as medically qualified as you?
It's difficult to assess that. I think the paperwork is important because obviously, like referrals and are really important. So, like the cancer 2-week waits. I don't know what the solution is. You've got a balance of GPs who want to have a varied career and want to be stimulated. If a GP doesn't find being constantly in clinic stimulating, that clinical work is very important, and they do other clinical work, which is equally as important, it's difficult to say they can't do that, really. And I think it's more about raising awareness that you can do GP work outside of a practice.
What do you reckon about DNAs? I'm trying to find we had someone message in, I can't find it at the moment, but saying, do not attend.
Yeah.
People should be charged £15 regardless of their income if they don't attend.
That's a huge issue.
Is it problematic every day? It's
a problem because less so now. If it's one of the actual things about having phone consultations that you can just keep calling them. So if someone, but I think I don't know what the figures are off the top of my head, but I think a lot of DNAs happen. I'm
surprised now because it's so difficult to get an appointment with your GP. You'd think you'd keep it if you got it.
Yeah, it's always been a problem. I think there's been good work trying to reduce that, and stuff like the text alert system, people remind them when. There's not always maliciousness in them. Sometimes people just forget. If you're working and oh God, I've got an appointment at 11, and you forget because sometimes you book appointments 2 weeks in advance.
Yeah.
That happens, but I think it's getting less and less because of stuff like the text systems.
Yeah. No, it does make a difference. I get those. It's quite handy. Dr. Amos, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
As ever.
See, straight talking.
Yes.
That's what you like.
I know.
And actually to say, not that I'm trying to, do you any favours here, Amos, but when someone doesn't, it's what you should teach the politicians. But you ask a politician a question, if they don't know the answer, if they haven't got the solution, they never say, like Amos said, well, it's very difficult, I don't know what the answer is.
No,
they always come out with something.
Because they've rehearsed several answers and they're going to stick to what they've rehearsed.
Sometimes it's refreshing when someone says, well, it's really difficult, I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, and that's why we tend to find that retired politicians tend to make better interviews than current politicians, because they are prepared to say what they think.
Yes. There you go. Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. We've got all the papers heading away in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:43 morning to you. Let's go through the papers, whether you're watching us on TV or listening on the radio. We'll talk you through them all with the journalist and author Ella Whelan and political commentator Andre Walker. Good morning.
Morning.
Let's kick off, Andre, with the Observer, should we? And looking at Margaret Thatcher.
So, obviously, I love Margaret Thatcher, right?
There's a surprise.
I got invited to, do you know the small funeral in Westminster Hall for Margaret Thatcher?
No, I was at the big one.
Yeah.
There was a
There
small
was a small one. Oh, there was a small one for friends and family.
Is that right?
Yeah, there was.
The big one was at St Paul's, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
that's
It was a huge
absolutely right.
thing. Yeah.
Absolutely right. Anyway, so I love a bit of Margaret Thatcher. Chris Patten, Norman Lamont and Malcolm Rifkin have all said that Liz Truss's plans over tax are something that Margaret Thatcher wouldn't support. Now, I've got to be honest with you. If you look at the way that Boris has been tipped out of the leadership of the Conservative Party and the way Thatcher was, the reality is it's for being insufficiently pro-European in both of these cases, I believe. That's why the backbench
Really?
MPs
Why? Why?
Well, first of all, Margaret Thatcher was against the shadowing the Deutschmark and the eventual entry to the ERM. That's why John Major became Prime Minister. And Boris Johnson, in reality, has always been hated by a significant percentage of the Conservative Party. I don't believe he got kicked out just over the gaffes, though I believe that was the trigger. I think it's the fact that he is somebody who's been solid on Brexit. Conservative MPs all go on about how much they like Margaret Thatcher. In reality, what they really want is Ted Heath to be popular in the country. Somebody like that, somebody middle of the road, boring, paternalistic, safe. That's what they really want. Anyway.
But that won't win them a general election, will it?
Well, quite right. But to return to Liz Truss, Liz Truss is promising tax cuts, something that I genuinely believe Margaret Thatcher would have been hugely supportive of. She'd have said, obviously, that we shouldn't be borrowing to pay for it. We should be cutting public spending. But nonetheless, I don't think... Look, I'd give Norman Lamont a bit of credit, but then again, he was partly responsible for the ERM fiasco. But as far as Chris Patten and Malcolm Rifkin go, they hated her. They hate Boris.
They always did.
Right, let's just be honest about that.
But this won't help Liz Truss, though, will it?
Well, I'm not sure if for most Conservative members, if Malcolm Rifkin and Chris Patten have a go at you, you're probably safe.
Maybe it puts you up.
It tells you something about the sort of death of talent within the Conservative Party at the moment. If you have Liz Truss, who's basically trying to rehabilitate... I know she says she's not, with the kind of pussy bows and the way that she's dressing, but she is trying to rehabilitate the ghost of Thatcher. And you've got Sunak doing sort of, you could argue, a similar thing, sort of with a sort of Blairite thing, and never mind Keir Starmer. But there is, we're facing unique crises in this country and very challenging times, and there are no new ideas. Everybody's trying to cosplay as someone from the past.
But Peter Lilly points out in one of the newspapers, which I think is reasonable, he said, look, at least both of them are trying to talk about a former Conservative Prime Minister. David Cameron said he was the heir to Blair, who's the Labour Prime Minister. So, for most Conservatives, I think that is at least a step forward.
Yeah, and Blair himself said, or he never actually said it, but they said it of him, that he was Thatcher light.
Although, to be fair, he was more redistributive than any former Labour Prime Minister. And the support for the trade unions, though it was unofficial, the huge amounts of money he put into the trade unions, he was actually much more of a socialist than people made out.
Yeah, they all hate him now, though, don't they?
In The Observer, seeing with The Observer, Ella, looking at concerns over what could happen to children over the summer break.
But this is a really remarkable... Maybe I'm just sort of surprised, but I think it's a really remarkable story that the Met Police are, for the first time ever, they've never done anything like this, writing to families who have school-age children to warn them about the risks of radicalisation over the summer weeks, which, my jaw hit the floor as well. The Met says that there is a risk, with kids being away from school, them being online more, that there is a risk of radicalisation. They don't go into specifics as to which kids, which type of radicalisation, what kind of content they're talking about. But they essentially encourage parents to report their own kids to the Prevent programme. And it's just, I just think this is a completely wild story and an overreach from the Met Police into people's private lives, because we know that problems with radicalisation are not just from kids spending the summer months looking at, going online and spending too much time on the internet. There are specific things, particularly in relation to Islamist radicalisation, there are specific scenarios in which that happens, and simply blanket sending out a message to parents. A police officer sending a letter to your home is not a non-serious matter. That's a serious thing. Yeah. I think most people would find that a real intrusion.
However, in defence of this, and I think it is ridiculous, I want to say something just very quickly about extremism. Look, the reality is the vast majority of people who are radicalised in any way, whether that be the far right, whether that be the far left, whether that be Islamism, are people who are disgruntled because of a wider societal problem. And we have locked up the young people of this country for the thick end of 2 years. And they've been denied schooling, they've been denied their GCSEs. I was going for a walk the other day, or during the lockdown, and there was a railway arch near my house where a group of teenagers were hosting some sort of an illegal party. Right. Very, very tame, just a bit of music. And I thought to myself, how cruel is it when the ultimate punishment for a 14-year-old is to be grounded for the weekend, to lock them up for 2 months or whatever it was? And I genuinely think that this is the fault of society if young people are radicalised in whatever way, because I believe the radicalisation is just the outlet for the anger.
Well, you're never backwards in coming forwards, Andre, for which we thank you and Ella for joining us. So it's a bit tight this morning.
No problem.
But thank you very much indeed. You got a good run out in the 6 o'clock hour, though.
Yeah, you did, absolutely.
It all balances out in the end.
And thank you to all our viewers for getting in touch too. Jim says all these comments about travel chaos being due to Brexit are just an example of how Remainers won't accept the result. The ports had these problems before Brexit, and most of the chaos is lack of staff after COVID.
Les has got a good idea. Morning, Les. So instead of sitting in cars for 5 hours, they should visit our wonderful Kent pubs and enjoy themselves in the Kentish Riviera sun.
Oh, is that what it's like at the moment? That sounds nice. Gillian says, my son and his family, 6-year-old twins, spent 8 hours queuing yesterday to board the shuttle. Shame on the French. When you consider the amount of revenue all those tourists are going to plough into the French coffers, it makes my blood boil.
Oh, there you go. We'll keep your thoughts coming through. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, let's have a look at all the showbiz for you this morning with the very lovely Miss Stephanie Tetch.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you guys?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Fine, yes, we'll blow our own trumpet too. We're fabulous.
Sorry, guys.
Very, very done.
Right, what's on your list of...
Okay.
Well, I was going to say gossip, but it's more than gossip. It's fact, isn't it?
It's a bit of facts and a bit of gossip. Amber and Johnny. So just when we thought we've had enough of this court case and we thought it'd been put to bed, they're back for more.
Oh, I thought she'd lost her right to appeal.
No, she lost her right about the jurors where she said they were behaving improper, but she's still got a case for appeal, which she launched on Thursday. And now Johnny Depp, yesterday, he's launched his concurrent appeal against Amber. He put out on Instagram, he wanted to move on and he wanted to heal from this situation. But if Amber wants to take it back to the courts, he also wants to takes it back to the courts. He lost one account of the charges where he had to pay her $2 million in compensation. So now he's taken that for appeal, following Amber's request to appeal the $10 million defamation trial she lost.
Yeah, I mean, does this won't be the appeal like this, or won't be heard by it'd be a judge to make the decision, won't it?
And so far it's not looking in Amber's case, because she did try to raise something about the juror last week, which got thrown out. So hopefully this case can be put to bed.
I thought she was complaining that she didn't have enough money for all of this.
Well, that's what I thought as well, but clearly she wants to make a point, and now it's, the whole reason Johnny brought this to court is because he wanted to defend his reputation. Now I think Amber's trying to do the same thing, but it seems like it's tit for tat.
I think they ought to both accept that their reputations have been shot.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I was just going to say about that, because Johnny, it's interesting, in the court of public opinion, as we call it, Johnny Depp has done very well out of this. He's got huge amounts of support, hasn't he?
He's had massive support, and that's why Amber was quite annoyed, because it felt like very much a trial by social media, and everyone was defending Johnny on social media. He's getting back in the good books of Hollywood again. He's getting roles again. So Amber's been the sore loser in this.
It's a surprise in a way, because some of the evidence was pretty horrible against him. I mean, there was video evidence of him being a pretty rotten drunk,
I know,
frankly.
But it's like on both sides. It didn't paint a good picture for both of them. So why they want to drag this on, I don't know.
It's like you could almost have a case for harassment. Yeah. They're dragging each other to court so much now. It's like... It must be... Can you imagine the tension and the stress and the anxiety?
Gosh.
Awful.
I've just seen this, Stephanie, and it disturbs me. Right?
Yeah.
There could be a Love Island spin-off for middle-aged people.
Oh, that's...
I know we're not...
The point of Love Island was like hot abs.
Beautiful young bodies.
I know we're not the greatest fans of Love Island on the show, but, for a while, a lot of people have been complaining it's unrealistic bodies. The youngsters on there haven't got much to say. So bosses are now working on a spin-off for middle-aged people in their 40s and their 50s who want a second shot at love. So the working title for this programme is Your Mum, My Dad. So what it's going to be is actually children who are going to be setting up their parents on the show on a Love Island. So this is due to hit our screens next year. Your Mum, My Dad.
You wouldn't want to eat your tea watching that, would you?
It might be a bit more interesting because...
Well, might be, because they might have a lot more to say.
Definitely.
And I can understand that people in their, 30s and 40s, you're saying, the idea of a second shot at love, I mean, fair enough.
No, but it's all going to be about the smooching and the...
No, but that's why it might be entertaining, and characters who've had a bit more wisdom when it comes to love, and the relationships might actually last. It might not be showmances. We might get a few marriages from this.
Oh, it's got to be like watching a car crash.
Well, that's how Love Island's described now.
And it still does very well, doesn't
Hopefully
it?
it'll be more healthy. Yeah.
Oh, possibly. You don't watch your mum or dad do that.
I've never seen you cringe so much.
No. I mean, look, I know we all get older and all, but it's fine when it's us, but I don't want any other middle-aged couple getting it on.
I do. I do. I'm all about mature romance.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, Kate Moss is all over the papers today, and we were going to talk about... Now, how old's she?
So she's 48.
Well, there you go.
She looks like a stunner, yeah. You see, couldn't tell the difference. So she's on Desert Island's Discs for any of our viewers who want to listen after 11:15 today. But she, in this week's episode, she talks about the toxic fashion industry and how she used to be targeted by sexual predators at the age of 15. She was like forced to take her top off and just kind of recalling some of the painful experiences that she's gone through the industry. I've always found Kate a very quiet character. You just always see her in photo shoots, but since she signed this £5 million contract with Diet Coke, she's really starting to come out about her career, the scandals, the painful moments. So it's a really good listen.
Yes, it will be, actually.
Imagine what £5 million will make you do.
I know, make you talk, make you
But the point I was making is that she's 48.
Yep, she is.
That. And so, you know, she's still an extremely beautiful woman.
Yeah.
You switch on to see her in whatever they're calling it, Your Mum, My Dad, or something.
I think age means something different. Like 60s are like the new 40s, 70s are the new... It's all muddled up.
And just because you're middle-aged doesn't mean you're sort of fat and lumpy, does it?
No.
There are some very beautiful 40s and 50s around.
I'm sure there's lots of viewers that would like to go on the show.
Set in the box to record Your Mum, My Dad getting it on a hot island. No, I don't think so. Not for me.
OK.
Not for me. Thank you very much indeed. Stephanie, we'll see you in the next hour.
Shortly.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up, including the latest on the travel chaos after the weather. OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s, feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day. Dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Travel chaos being described as the new normal as delays continue at the port of Dover.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 24th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online.
Here are your top stories this morning, then. More queues at Dover as travellers wait up to 7 hours now to get to France. 3,000 lorries, meanwhile, remain parked on the M20, forcing holidaymakers to use just one single lane to get to the port.
The Tory leadership contenders are shifting their focus to border control. Rishi Sunak pledging to cap the number of refugees that reach Britain. Liz Truss promising to send more migrants to Africa.
Monkeypox is declared a global emergency, according to the World Health Organization. There are currently over 2,000 cases of the disease in the UK, and whilst anyone can get monkeypox through close personal contact, most cases identified so far have been amongst gay and bisexual men.
Now, the emails have been coming through thick and fast today, actually, as they always do. So keep your thoughts coming through. We're going to run through as many as we can this morning. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Jean has been in touch about the travel situation regarding the delays at border control in Dover and disputes about how many booths are being manned. How about UK border controls in Calais mirroring the number of booths being manned in Dover? Tit for tat, you mean? Well, I can see
that would cause travel. Yes, it's sort of an idea, but it would cause travel chaos on both sides then, and
but everyone for the
nobody's getting anywhere. It's just awful, isn't it? Roger in Chichester says Manston Airport, XRAF, has the 9th longest runway in Europe and is located close to Ashford International Rail and 2 motorways. Ramsgate has a modern cargo port that is mothballed. The Transport Minister, Grant Shapps, who himself is a keen pilot, has not managed these essential facilities.
It's some of the little airports, the regional airports, which, I mean, Blackpool shut down. That was a great little airport at Blackpool. Really, really handy, dead quick to get in and out.
And everybody knows that if you actually can get to a local airport, as it were, and they happen to do flights, to Benidorm or wherever, they're the ones to go for.
Yeah.
Because they're properly manned, properly staffed, and nobody else knows about them, which is wonderful.
Presumably better for the environment in that, well, I know they don't like planes flying at all, but you're doing less travel in the car to get to them.
Now we're talking. Here's another one.
You like Benidorm, don't you?
Well, yes, that's why I mentioned Benidorm. Christine, good morning, Christine. Saw me on a beach in Benidorm filming a travel show. Yes, I was. I have to say, Benidorm used to have a bad name for, drunken Brits and everything. But actually, I found it absolutely brilliant place. Yes, there were lots of cups of tea. Little cafes very near the beach that said, cup of tea just like Mummy makes, or something like that. Come here for a bacon sarnie, all that sort of thing. But it was charming and everybody was so friendly. And I have never experienced a sea so warm.
Really?
You got in the sea, it was like having a bath. It was incredible. Absolutely lovely. And for a family, I mean, you can get so snobby about places, can't you? Maybe Benidorm at night. I didn't see it at night. Maybe it gets a bit raucous with British tourists behaving badly. And I gather they do, or some of them. But during the day, I mean, yes, the beach was covered in people and families. But there are all these wonderful things to do and play with in the sea. And the kids were having a wonderful time. Everybody was lying on their sun loungers being friendly. It was gorgeous.
And the food, because isn't that the one where I saw you with Ainsley?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And that was, I mean,
we had such fun.
He was tucking into the food at one cafe, I seem to recall, and enjoying himself.
Yes, yeah, no, we were. I mean, yes, they were bacon sarnies and, egg and bacon, just like Mama used to make and stuff like that. And fish and chips. Their fish and chips was delightful, though. I mean, let's not get too snobby about it. And we hired one of those... have you seen them? They're little platforms with steps up and a slide down into the sea.
Oh.
And you hire them yourself. Yeah.
Oh.
And they were wonderful fun. Oh, gosh, it was brilliant.
Oh, there you
difficult
go.
to get up and off them, but, you know, it was just wonderful.
I tell you what, though.
So don't get snobby about Benidorm, I say.
No, and it's a cheaper holiday often in places like that. So, you know, a cheaper way to get a break if you need one.
We've also been talking all morning about GPs and how difficult it is to get a doctor's appointment. Clara says, so difficult to get an appointment at my surgery where every one of the GPs is part-time. One of the GPs has just been doing a book signing at a local bookstore for the book she's written. Well, there you go.
I can understand your frustration, but there you go. Kevin says if you've got a doctor's appointment at the hospital, it can take up to 12 months to see them with a specialist, I presume you mean. If you go privately, you can see the same doctor.
Yes, that's true.
In a week.
Yeah. And that's not really what we were sold when we were sold the NHS, but it's the reality of life now, and I think a lot of people find themselves forced to go private if they need to get something, if you can afford to, of course, at the moment.
But that's the thing, isn't it? If you've got that
The
emergency
same doctor
situation,
then is taking the private
same
patients.
doctor. That's the problem. That I have a bit of an issue with, but I don't know how you get around that.
I don't know, because they have the right to do some private patients too, don't they?
Anyway, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, if you want to go away to lovely Benidorm, nice as it is, you're going to have problems getting away because, you know, there's problems on the trains, problems at the airports, and now, of course, those continuing problems at the port of Dover. They continued for a second day yesterday. Some holidaygoers getting 7-hour queues that they had to sit through to get on a ferry to go to France.
A lack of French border control staff caused long tailbacks, sparking a cross-channel row. One person claimed to have waited 30 hours, whilst others said they had to sleep in their cars overnight.
Now, one former ambassador to France has said travel chaos will be the new normal after Brexit. The good news is that apparently it is flowing pretty well this morning.
Yeah, but frighteningly, that's what we said this very time yesterday, and then it got worse. Who knows? We're joined now by the Chief Executive from Advantage Travel Partnership, Julia Loblu-Said. Hello there, Julia.
Morning.
Hi. Are you having trouble from your clients and various other people that you're trying to advise as to what to advise them to do?
It's a really challenging situation. So my members are travel agents right across the UK, and they've been working for months now with their clients, with their customers, to make sure that they can get to where they want to get to at the right time on the right day. I have to say, in the vast majority of cases, notwithstanding the issues that are happening, vast majority of people are able to get away to where they need to get to, albeit in some cases they are delayed.
Touch this morning saying, why is everybody... I mean, because this is the worst weekend at Dover and is every year, apparently. Why is it that so many people are so desperate to get away on, like, the first weekend of the summer holidays for the kids?
I think, as you say, it is always the busiest weekend, whether it's travel by train, travel by air, travel by boat. It always is. And a lot of people, because of their work commitments, will choose this weekend to go away. It's also worth remembering something like 17 million people, Brits, actually travel to France every year. The past 2 years, many haven't travelled. For the past months, France have had some really onerous restrictions in place that have stopped us, actually in some cases banned us from travelling. And you've still got COVID restrictions. You need to be fully vaccinated, or you need to have show a negative PCR or antigen test. So all those things are creating a real bottleneck at Dover, but also the pent-up demand that's been created over the last few months, couple of years, has exacerbated that as well.
It must be so frustrating for people in your industry, you yourself. You know, you've gone through the pandemic when travel wasn't even possible. It must have been very difficult for some travel agents to just keep going, to keep their heads above water. And what you have now is just making things worse. It must be so frustrating not to be able to get people off on their holidays properly.
Absolutely. You know, as travel agents, as anyone working in the travel industry, our single aim is, great customer service and to make sure we can get people where they want to be. It's a human connection that we work in. That's the most important thing. And when something stops you doing that, it's very difficult. But for businesses operating in the sector, my members, I've got 700 across the UK. Some of these have literally held on to, on a lifeline to keep their businesses afloat over the last few years. It's been very difficult when you just cannot trade. These issues, the disruptions we're seeing in some respects are even tougher to manage because you have less staff in the business, you have higher costs anyway, but you're working 24/7 to make sure that your customers are front and centre of mind and that they are looked after. So it's continues to be a really challenging time.
Julia, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Look, with all of this that's going on, and so it's not just the ports and Dover, particularly at the moment, that's having problems. You know, although a lot of people are managing to get through the airports all right, there is a concern over if there's going to be problems with your flights and problems with the trains and all the rest of it. So not surprisingly, staycations are becoming more and more popular.
Yeah.
At least we've got the weather for it at the moment.
Well, we certainly have.
Our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody is down near Salisbury at Stonehenge for us this morning. And it's always a very busy road there. Jeff, I mean, just how popular are staycations, particularly in that part of the country, proving at the moment?
Oh, absolutely. They're expecting 18 million people to pass this point over the course of this weekend. It's a fairly busy start to the day. Things are certainly beginning to hot up, but I must admit there's no gridlock as yet. I'm just here on the A33, one of the main routes into the West Country. If you're watching this on the television, you can see Stonehenge just behind me. And these bollards at the side of the road are what the police put out to stop people from slowing down to have a good gawp at the monument as they're heading west. Nobody having a gawp quite yet. Things are not too bad, but it is only 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Travel chaos, as you've been saying, at Dover. People waking up this morning for the third day. It must be a nightmare to have spent the night in your car with a fractious family in a hot car, hoping to be somewhere in France. But more and more people, as you say, for a whole variety of reasons, are choosing to forego Anne's wonderful Benidorm and head instead to Bodmin. We are expecting the roads to be very, very busy because if you think about the situation at the moment, with airports the way they are, strikes with baggage handlers, etc., problems at the port, finding it hard to fill up your car with fuel is the lesser of the three evils at the moment. So we are expecting this road to get very busy. Anyone that does travel down to the West Country knows there aren't that many routes in and out of the West Country. So later today we are expecting this to be total gridlock.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on that road so many times. I think we all know that road very well if we've ever gone down to the southwest for our holidays. So you said that Stonehenge behind you. I can't quite see it. While we read the headlines or something, do you want to manoeuvre your camera so we can zoom in on it a bit? Because any chance to see it would be cool.
I will have a very good go, Anne. I've just parked here because it's a bit safer than going further down there, but I'll give you a nice close-up, shall I?
Yeah,
I'll get out of the frame and I'll give you a close-up while you're reading the headlines.
All right, we'll read a couple of headlines and let's see if you can get us a nice close-up of Stonehenge. Because how can you have a camera that near without wanting to go?
Oh, you've got to see it.
It's an amazing thing. Yeah.
Lovely, Jeff. Thanks very much indeed.
So should we rattle through a couple of headlines while Jeff...
I'm down there quite a lot because it's where the base is that I go on.
Oh, that's right, of course. Yeah.
And so when we drive past Stonehenge, it is amazing.
Yes, it is. It's one of those gawp moments, as he was saying. Yeah, it's lovely.
Anyway, looking at the headlines, at 9:13, Liz Truss has vowed to implement a tough line on immigration if she becomes Prime Minister. The Foreign Secretary pledging to extend the Rwanda scheme, meaning migrants who cross the English Channel in small boats, illegal migrants, could be sent to the African nation. She also promised to increase frontline border staff numbers by 20% and strike similar Rwanda-type deals with more countries.
And Pope Francis apparently is going to spend the next week on a pilgrimage of penance in Canada, meeting with Indigenous leaders and residential school survivors as he looks to atone for the Church's grim legacy in the country. Whilst the head of the Catholic Church will deliver public masses and meet state officials and supporters, much of his trip, which is being named Walking Together, is expected to centre on reconciliation and recognition of the harms of the church-run residential school system in Canada.
That's quite interesting.
It is. I think Pope He's Francis... quite old to be doing it now as well, because we've been hearing sort of rumours that he was considering one day maybe retiring. So it's quite a big thing for him to be taking.
But I do think he is someone, whether you're a Catholic or not, whether you're a Christian or not, that does seem to be addressing some of the issues in a much more full-on way than perhaps some predecessors.
Yes, where he's been a full-on pope from day one, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, has been. Yeah.
Interesting man.
Traffic at the... Oh, no, go on.
Well, I was going to say, should we see if we can get a close-up of Stonehenge?
Oh, yes, go on then.
Yeah, it's just... Should we go back to Jeff Moody and see if he's managed to deliver?
Oh, there you go. Oh, nice one, Jeff.
Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, isn't it exciting?
There you
I mean, I know I've been there and seen it before, but
Stonehenge
it's...
for you first thing in the morning.
Oh, no, that's really lovely.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
It's just the most beautiful thing. There was a report out last year, wasn't there, thinking that some of the stones were actually dragged over from Wales.
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely.
How? Is that a huge thing about Stonehenge? How
Yeah,
on
it's
earth
how they got there.
did it ever happen?
Yeah.
How did they build
And
it?
it's so old, so ancient. Oh, Jeff, you'll have to do a special report for us, please.
Yes.
Anything to do with Stonehenge, we love.
All right, I'll give it my best shot.
Do you promise? Thanks very much. We can see the traffic building up.
Story for you, Anne.
Yeah, no, we love...
Yeah.
We love Stonehenge.
We're commissioning reports live on that.
Well, absolutely. When you see it, it's just exciting getting out and about and seeing it, isn't it?
It's just something.
Why did they
quite
build Stonehenge so near a busy road?
There's controversy because they're wanting to stop that road.
They are.
And build an underpass.
Yeah.
Which on the surface I think is quite good, but there's some concern it might damage the rock Stonehenge a little bit.
And there's another concern as well, because apparently they've started netting some of the stones to stop the jackdaws, which are very famous. They've always been jackdaws around Stonehenge, but they're nesting in between the little crevices.
Right.
And of course, what they produce is a little bit corrosive, and they're worried about that. So they've started netting some of the tops of the stones. And a lot of Stonehengophiles say that that's the wrong thing to do. The jackdaws belong there. Those stones have been standing there for millennia. Let them go on. Don't net them.
I'd sort of agree with that, even if it, it's not gonna get rid of the stones that quickly.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Dear
Lovely to
me.
see it, though. Thanks so much, Jeff. Breath of fresh air, that,
there
isn't
you
it?
go. It is just quite nice to see, isn't it? Let me find out what sort of story we're on now, because we're going to talk about monkeypox.
Absolutely. The head of the World Health Organization has now declared the monkeypox outbreak a global health emergency.
Despite the WHO committee being actually unable to come to a census, the chair had the casting vote, and so he decided that it would be declared as an emergency.
So joining us now finding out more is Dr Simon Clarke, who's Professor of Microbiology at the University of Reading. Thank you for joining us. Lovely to see you. You're a very familiar face, because during the pandemic, you were sort of always on the telly, weren't you, telling us what to do and all the rest of it. So should we be worried? Should we all be worried about monkeypox?
I don't think that it's something that should generate the sort of concern that, for example, COVID did, or indeed many other things. This will spread some more, I suspect, as the authorities in this country try to get the vaccine out to at-risk groups. But it's not going to cause anything like the problems, not even close, that COVID did, or that a standard flu outbreak would.
Why are we declaring it as a global emergency? Is that the right thing to do?
Well, what that does is tell countries around the world that this is a problem. It may well end up on your shores if it's not there. And it just heightens the awareness of the potential problem. The World Health Organization are not some sort of authority like the UN Security Council with stethoscopes or something like that. They don't have that sort of power. They can't instruct countries in the same way, but they can bring it to their attention. It would mean that if there was an outbreak in another part of the world where there isn't currently one, authorities couldn't say they weren't warned.
It's a virus.
Yes, it's a virus. It's very similar to smallpox. And the vaccine that's currently being used is actually a smallpox vaccine. And it offers, after one dose, I think about 75% protection against infection. So it's useful, and that's pretty good, 75%. But it's very similar, but obviously different enough not to be anything like the problem that smallpox would be.
It's not that easy to catch, is it? I mean, that seems to be I mean, people are going to be concerned by this, but it's actually not that easy to catch, is it, or to pass on?
It's quite difficult to catch. Yes, you need sustained close personal contact with somebody. Skin-on-skin contact is a good way of picking it up, but there is a respiratory route to it as well. But again, it's nothing like the sort of standard respiratory tract viruses that we now know a bit more about. And it could be using towels that somebody has used who's got it, or bed linen, stuff like that. So it's not necessarily simply rubbing skin against skin.
So there's not going to be a need for any sort of mass vaccination programme. What should our response be, if anything, at the moment?
Well, the response should be to target at-risk groups. In the UK, it's gay men and bisexual men, and that should put a firewall around the infection and prevent its transmission. If you can do that with any infection, any bacteria, virus, doesn't matter what it is, if you can stop it from transmitting, jumping from person to person, then it will eventually die out.
There are several variants around in the world at the moment. Will it go on producing variants until, as you say, hopefully it will die out?
Well, the line dropped there. So was your question about COVID, or was your question about?
No, it was about its potential. It was about its potential to produce different variants.
Well, there are different variants of monkeypox. My guess is that because it's not infecting people at anything like the rate COVID would, there is less chance for variation to occur because there are less events for new viruses to be generated, and that's what that takes. So, virus evolution, pathogen evolution is something that will always be with us, but it's not going to happen at anything like the same rate that COVID has.
That's enough for most of us, I think. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Thank you.
And now, still to come on the programme this morning, we're going to find out more about learning disabilities and what it's like to live with a learning disability. OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s, feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing in places. Temperatures about 20.
So unsettled in the northwest throughout the rest of the day, dry and sunny in the southeast. And that's your forecast.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory. twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. It's 9:25. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, what do you think of when we talk about learning disabilities? Perhaps you think of a condition like Down syndrome. You may find it all a bit frightening or wonder what, if anything, people with a learning disability can do in society.
Well, who better to talk about it all and dispel some of those misconceptions than Ciara Lawrence, who works for MenCap and herself has a learning disability, and I'm very proud to say is one of my friends. Good to see you this morning.
And you both, thank you for having me.
Oh, no, it's a pleasure. Now, I know it's really important, isn't it, as you've looked back on your life recently and sort of realised that you're in a position now that perhaps 30 years ago you never thought you'd reach.
Definitely. This September, it'll be 30 years ago that I left my mainstream school and went to my special needs school. And my life for the past 30 years has really changed. So now I'm married, I live in my own home. I've worked for the learning disability charity MenCap for 21 years, and I'm so proud of my career there. And I do everything in my power to make sure people with a learning disability like me are heard and seen. And that's something that I'm very passionate about.
Actually, what is your job? What do you do with them?
So I am engagement lead at MenCap. So I am helping on the engagement side of our amazing 5-year big plan. And the aim of the big plan is that we want the UK to be the best place in the world for people with a learning disability to live happy and healthy lives. So we want to make sure that people with a learning disability get good healthcare, they get good transport, they get good education, they get good support, they get the right support from day one of their lives right through their lives, so that they can achieve all the things that everybody else does.
I mean, that's the important thing, isn't it? There's been a point in time, hasn't there, when people thought if you had a learning disability, then you weren't able to achieve what other people can. And that's just not true, is it?
That's not true. Many years ago, people like me were put in institutions, in long-stay hospitals, and they were locked away. We are now in the world. We are in the community. We are in the world. We have a voice. We want to be heard. But unfortunately, society still labels us as second class. They label us as stupid. They label us like we can't do anything, and that's not true. And I'm a really living proof that actually we can. I have a job, I'm married, I live in my own home, I have a lovely family. I do everything now that everybody else does, and that's just because I've had the right support to speak up, to have my voice, whereas years ago I didn't have a voice. People spoke up for me, they made decisions for me. Now I make my own decisions, I make my own career choices, I make my own rights. And now I have a platform which I use on my podcast on Spotify called Ciara's Pink Sparkle Pod. And I get celebrities...
Sorry, called what?
Ciara's Pink Sparkle Pod.
Lovely.
My favourite colour is pink,
I can see that.
So the aim of my podcast is to get journalists, celebrities, VIPs, campaigners, and I interview them and I get them to promote their career, but also I tell them what it's like to have a learning disability and educate them. That's the message of my podcast. So I am really passionate about making sure people know what a learning disability is, what a learning disability isn't. So learning...
Well, that's interesting. What isn't it?
learning disability isn't dyslexia. It isn't a mental health illness. A learning disability is a condition that starts just before birth, during birth and after birth. It's lifelong, there's no cure, and it's just about the way you learn new things, and you might need support to learn those new things. But once you have that support, you can achieve anything. And that's what's brilliant about the work in MenCap. They take you, they shape you, they give you a voice, they give you that support. And I'm just so proud to be able to say that I'm a person with a learning disability and that I'm living my life with the right support.
You mentioned earlier that when you came out of your special needs school, and I can imagine that must, for families and for the person, the individual involved with learning disabilities, that must be one of the most frightening times of all, because that's sort of like, oh my goodness, there's the big wide world. What part am I going to be able to play in it? Was it very frightening for you?
Yes, it was. When I left my special needs school, I slipped through the net, so all the support I had was taken away. So my family literally were my support from the age of 16 onwards. So my mum and dad had to take me to the local job centre. They had to help me get benefits. They helped me to make sure I could get a home on my own. They've helped me find jobs. They've helped me in everything. And sadly, because I have a mild learning disability, and there's different levels of learning disability, but I'm on the mild end, I've had to have support from my family because the local authority deem me too mild for any support. Yeah. So it's always thrown back to my family for them to support me. So not only is my mum, and not only is my dad, they are also my support workers, my coaches, my parents, my supporters. And now, because I'm married, more of that now falls down to my husband, Mark. He's watching at home. And he's now able to support me a bit more now, whereas instead of my mum and dad. So,
It's fascinating. We could talk to you, and I know you've already had Stephen Dixon on your Spotify podcast. What's it called again?
Kira's Pink Sparkle.
Right, call out for it again. But I wonder did you ever sit down with your mum, or maybe it just happened throughout your life, your mum and dad, and say, look, I want this. I want to be independent. I want my own house. I want my own life. You know, help me make it happen. But I don't want to be dependent. I want to be me.
Yes. I remember being in tears years ago, just saying to my mum, I'm sick of being labelled. I'm sick of people telling me I'm stupid. I'm not. I just need some support and then I can do things. But it's against society that label us. So actually, if society met us, if people in the public met us and heard us and saw us, the world would change.
That's why it's important, isn't it, to get you on here and to get people with learning disabilities on, you know, in dramas and all that, so there is a wider understanding.
Definitely. And a really good example of that is Tommy Jessup on Line of Duty. That was amazing. That really started the conversation of let's see more people with a learning disability on TV. You know, Sarah Gordy, she's an amazing actress who has Down syndrome. And again, I think the media industry are starting to change, but there are still labels out there. And I really want to see more TV shows including people like me, because it helps to change stigma. It helps to break down attitudes. So please, please, please include more people with a learning disability on TV, because then we can show you what it's really like to have a learning disability.
Do you know what? You are just wonderful, and it's you know how pleased I am that you're my friend, and we've been in touch for quite a number of years now, because you're just you're the perfect advocate for MenCap and for the work that you do, because people really connect with what you say. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that you're better, because you've had COVID for a couple of weeks.
I did. I had COVID for the last 2 weeks, and I'm finally testing negative now. So hopefully that's it now. So
yes, hopefully it is. Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
You are living proof of your message, aren't you?
Right.
Which is fantastic. Thank
Kira,
you so much.
thank you very much indeed. You'd be pleased to know people are getting in touch straight away. Paul has just emailed in. So I don't know who Paul is, but he's watching and listening to us right now, Kira. He says, what a fantastic woman Kira is. Carry on regardless. and enjoy life. Best wishes.
Yeah, but you're not carrying on regardless, actually. You're regarding, aren't you? Hazel says, wow, what a remarkable young lady. An inspiration to all people with learning difficulties and their families too.
So there you go. So an instant impact, Kira.
Fantastic. And just to say, learning difficulties, not a learning disability, they're two different things.
Ah, right, OK.
Hang on, so which term should we be using?
Learning disability.
Learning disability.
Yes.
OK. Yeah, I see what you mean. Learning difficulty is just difficulty learning.
Yeah.
Ah, you see, she's on point every time. I hope Mencap are very proud to have you, I hope.
I feel very proud to be at Mencap, and I hope they're proud of me.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Sure they are. Lovely, Kira. Thank you very much indeed. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to come for you, including all the sport and the showbiz.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
9:37. Very good morning to you. If you're just waking up, where have you been?
Yeah, exactly.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Oh, you've missed all the best bits. No, you haven't. We've got lots more bits coming up. Right, here at GB News, as you know, we love to get your take on the issues that matter to you. We're always asking you to get in touch. We've been asking so many people what they think of Boris Johnson, what's his legacy, because he's clearly trying to map his legacy out, and, of course, what you think of the leadership election.
Lizzie or Lizzie? Lizzie? Shouldn't call the Foreign Secretary Lizzie, should I? Liz or Rishi is what I was meant to be saying.
Yeah.
Maybe Lizzie will stick. You never know. Let's find out from Craig Wellham, who's one of our viewers and listeners who joins us now from Lancashire. Good to see you this morning. Look, who's sort of taking your fancy at the moment out of the two contenders?
Well, good morning. It's a very difficult decision, really, and I do feel a lot of members will be quite concerned in so much that whoever they vote for, we're literally going to get more of the same, more net zero, more tax, more spending. And I do think a lot of members' pens will be hanging over the tick boxes as to which one to vote for. And it may well just come down to a split-second decision at the time, really. I think it's going to be a very difficult choice for a lot of members. I do also think it's a very big opportunity missed by the Tory party to literally have a big clear out, new breath. Somebody like Kemi would have been really good. She's got an engineering degree, so she's obviously quite intelligent, well, very intelligent. And I'm sure she could have made big changes with the support of others behind her. And obviously with the Tory party going for a fifth term, I feel that's essential. And I just think it'll just turn a lot of people off. I mean, Rishi has his plus points, but he's also got his negative points. He's been talking about immigration this morning. Well, why has nothing been done to date? And also his hands are all over the economic position that we're in now. As regards Liz Truss, she used to be a Liberal Democrat. She also voted for Remain. Do leopards ever change the spots? Big questions, really. Big questions.
I mean, Craig, you sound as though you're almost a bit depressed at the prospects for the Tories, particularly with the next general election.
Very much so. Very much so. And of course, they've committed with the cardinal sin, which a lot of people feel, is that they've raised taxes. And that's never worked out very well for any government when it comes to the next election. So I do have a great deal of concern. But something needs to be done. The mood in the country at the moment is quite negative, really, because everything seems to be an issue, and particularly this cost of living crisis is hurting a lot of people, and it's going to hurt a lot more people when the energy price cap goes up later this year.
Are you not confident then? Are you not confident then, Craig, knowing how important these issues are, that either Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak would actually move to tackle them quickly once they got into number 10?
No, because, talk is cheap. It's actions that count. I mean, this morning Liz Truss is on about having a bonfire of Quangos. Well, we've heard that before. David Cameron said he was going to have a bonfire of Quangos. So did that happen? Probably not. The cost of government is going up all the time because there's more and more civil servants. There needs to be cuts somewhere. We just can't keep going on spending all this money forever. It's just not realistic.
Craig, are you a paid-up member of the party? Will you be having a vote?
I used to be, but I resigned, and I did write to them and tell them why I was resigning, and that was over net zero, because it's just going to cost this country a hell of a lot of money, really, to achieve very little, because this country only produces 1% of world emissions, global emissions, and yet in China, they're building something like 300 new coal-fired power stations. So anything that we do is going to be gobbled up by China in no time at all. So it just seems pointless to me.
But haven't we got? Craig, as a responsible nation, aren't we meant to lead the way in things, whatever anybody else is doing?
Well, very, very much so. There's obviously things that we can do, and we are doing. And obviously, where you've got Zoom calls, people don't travel around as much, which all saves CO2. I get all that, but it's got to be realistic. We cannot impose huge costs on the people of this country when people are fighting against costs as it is. If you see where I'm coming from, we've got to get it all in proportion.
As a former Conservative Party member who then resigned, would you ever consider maybe at the next general election voting for any other party?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I would abstain.
You'd rather abstain than vote for anyone else?
I would. I've always been a Tory, quite honestly. But it's just so disappointing to see where they are at this point in time. Certainly, my view is there needs to be a complete sweep of the old guard, let's say, and let's all move forward, because that, I think, will capture the imagination of the country. A lot of people feel disenfranchised by politics at the moment, and they're just turned off by it, by all the infighting and all the awful things that seem to go on all the time.
Maybe, Craig, 4 years of a Labour government would enable the Tories to have a good clean out, as you put it.
I think so. Definitely. It would certainly get them thinking, and if it didn't, there's something seriously wrong. No, it certainly would. And maybe that's what's got to happen.
Well, it's an interesting thought. Craig Wellham, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be on the show. Keep up the good work.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that's an interesting perspective.
I found more than one person saying that.
Yeah.
A lot of people are beginning to say that. This is dire. Something needs to be done. There must be young talent somewhere to come up. Maybe the only way to enable that young talent to surface is a bit of a shake-up.
Maybe. Let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Loads of you getting, as I knew would happen, about Kira Lawrence, who was just on talking about her learning disability. Pat's been in touch saying a bright light in uncertain times.
Yeah, and Christopher's been in touch too. Hi there. Amazing to think she has a learning disability, given how erudite she was on the programme, more so than many other commentators.
Well, that's the thing. I think people have a misconception about what people with a learning disability can do. Maud has been in touch. Morning to you, Maud. She says, my son has learning disabilities and we've just thoroughly enjoyed watching the Pink Sparkle Lady. And I'm so grateful to you for having her.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed her. We all did.
Yeah, I mean, she's
breath of fresh air.
Kira is amazing.
Yeah.
She's an amazing lady. And I say, she just comes across so well and gets that message across so well.
Well, our family has assembled. Aidan's here. Stefan is here. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, I love Craig. Craig was in Charlotte Richard. That's probably my favourite service station in the whole country.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Although here's a question for you. What's the most exclusive service station in this country?
Oh, exclusive.
What's the most exclusive?
I didn't know they were exclusive.
It's obvious, surely.
Service station.
Yeah. It's Norton Keynes on the toll road. You've got to pay £6 just to get on the road to get onto it.
So that's quite a nice.
So is it a posh one?
Not bad, yeah.
It's not posh.
Opened in 2003, yeah.
Oh.
Why do you have to pay £6?
It's a toll road.
Oh, OK.
Just to get on there. Just to get, so everyone
you can't
in there.
access it unless you've
Exactly.
paid
You've already had to
toll.
pay for access, so it's unquestionably the most exclusive in the country. Yeah. If there was one on the Dartford Bridge, possibly that would be quite exclusive.
It's funny how you tend to have favourite service stations, don't you? It's because it's a route you always take and you get to know the service station.
Beaconsfield, but you could have a night out at Beaconsfield services.
Yeah.
The Wetherspoons.
Yes, you can.
Well, Aidan,
You probably wouldn't drive there, but...
Aidan, you've been about.
It's got a good
I mean, the M40 is overloaded with top-quality service stations, I would suggest.
Pretty posh,
you've got...
Just sounded like a right geek.
Well, don't underestimate Oxford Services and Sherwell Valley, of course.
Oh, there you go.
I think there's a book in that, Aidan.
Yeah, probably a couple.
Could be. Now, I tell you what I want to talk about, because we've got family. What about neighbours make good friends, though?
Yeah, but not for much longer, they don't.
No,
so is it the last week we're going to see it?
This Friday is going to be the finale episode, and it's set to be amazing. So we're going to have a lot of old faces coming back, including Kylie, Jason Donovan, and this morning it's been confirmed in The Sun that Margot Robbie will actually be making an appearance as well.
Really?
Along with Natalie Imbruglia and Holly Valance. But they're not actually...
And Guy Pearce is back as well.
We interviewed him a few weeks ago, right?
No, Guy Pearce,
that was that one.
How are they going to write them in? I mean...
So, actually, I think they've...
Find a way.
I think they've hyped up the story a bit too much because they're only going to be doing, like, cameos. They're going to be doing cameo appearances. Obviously, Margot's just finished wrapping up filming Barbie with Ryan Gosling, so she's just going to make an appearance. And so is Holly and Natalie from London. But it will still be good to see them in the show.
Well,
it'll be... I wonder how many people will tune in for
I think they're going to get a good amount of numbers. So it's going to be this Friday on Channel 4 at 9 p.m.
OK.
Our very own Neil Oliver was in Brookside. Did you know that?
Was he?
He was. He played the character Paul Clough in about 1999, I think it was.
Wow.
Did he really?
Yeah. They spotted someone who'd never heard of Brookside who works in one of the younger production staff, looks him up on IMDb and found him on Brookside.
Oh, wow.
I could see him actually in
Brookside was the only soap opera filmed entirely on location.
It was,
right,
yeah.
They actually
indoors, yeah.
took over a cul-de-sac of
Wasn't
houses.
that other one as well you guys told me about? What's it called?
Albion. Oh, El Dorado.
Yeah, was that the same thing as well?
Stephen thought it was called El Dorado.
El Dorado. El Dorado.
Lots of people mourn the passing of El Dorado, don't they, still? Can I ask you about Prince Harry's pants? I can't believe this.
It's all gone to pants for Prince Harry. So I don't know if you guys recall in 2008 where there was this famous pictures of Prince Harry being naked in Las Vegas. At the time he went worldwide.
He
was with his stripper as well.
It was a romp.
So apparently he gave his pants to one of the strippers there, a British woman called Kerry Retchite. And now she's going to be auctioning those pants on the August 17th from the Las Vegas Hustlers Club. And she's hoping to fetch up to £800,000 for Prince Harry's pants, along with the swimsuit she wore on the night.
800 grand, she'll be lucky.
Yeah.
So he took off his undies and gave them to her.
And she's kept it since.
Actually, well, I can imagine you might, I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose so. You want to put them through the washing machine.
Oh,
that's the next
there's a
question.
value.
Yeah, I suppose so,
That's
yeah.
the next question.
Because she's had them for like 14 years. I'm like, what have you been doing with Prince Harry's pants for 14 years? And sorry.
And why now, I wonder, too?
She's clearly might be short of a bit of money. She wants
That
to
should
go.
pay a few bills. Even she
Definitely.
gets half that.
Well, I want to know who buys it. Like, what are they going to do with Prince Harry's pants for the next?
Are they
God
going to
knows?
auction them off in Las Vegas?
Yeah, they're going to auction it at a strip club called Las Vegas Hustlers Club on
At a strip
August
club.
17th.
Well, there's another headline for you, Harry.
Isn't it just? I mean, you can't believe it, can you?
Yeah.
Feel a bit sorry. I mean, that does
make
make me
it up.
feel a bit sorry for him, to be fair. Ronaldo's never sold any pants, has he?
Yeah, of course he has. Yeah, he's been an underwear model before. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, he has.
He sold,
Calvin
probably
Klein.
sold
Sold
more.
thousands of them.
Yeah.
Thousands, exactly. Yeah, he's exactly that person's getting an opinion on it, get a perspective on. But yeah, it looks like he said 3 weeks ago that he'd like to leave Manchester United in favour of playing for a Champions League team. So United have hatched this plan because they've got this problem. He's their star asset. He scored 24 goals in all competitions last season. Globally famous, megastar, as we know, transcends his sport. And now with that comes responsibility to your sponsors. Your sponsors sign up with Manchester United last year or the year before, knowing that Ronaldo was going to arrive. They've got products to sell in the Far East where Ronaldo is very well known. So they want to keep him on the books, but they also want to satisfy his aim of playing Champions League football. So the solution may be to send him out on loan just for one season and then bring him back next season. Now, I know you're going to say to me, oh, he's only signed a 2-year deal. His contract will be up next season. But
He's only signed a 2-year deal, Aidan.
I knew you were going to say that. So they wanted to take up an option of a third year.
Yeah.
So that would bring him back. So hopefully United by that point will be back in contention for the Champions League. I don't know how they're going to do it with a weaker team without Ronaldo, but they'll probably worry about that when they.
I'm really
this happens next year.
broken-hearted about this. As you guys know,
kicking the can down the road.
I'm a Manchester United fan, and I just why does Ronaldo does this to us? Like, he comes back, then he leaves. Like, why doesn't he just stay with the team and help us actually win the championship?
Well,
or get
always
into the
got
league?
interesting deals coming in, I
But
suppose.
his problem is that he's 36.
Yeah.
And in football terms, I know he's a superhuman icon in terms of his physical ability and how long he's playing. He's as good as he was 3 or 4 years ago, even though he's well into his 30s. It used to be when I was growing up, when you hit 30 as a footballer, you were kind of on the way down. He's got better. So I think the issue is that he knows the science says that he can only go on for so long.
Yeah.
And so does he want, when he's won all those Champions Leagues, when he wants to achieve even more, and it's a testament to his ambition, really. He's not saying, look, I'm done now, I want to hang up my boots.
Yeah.
He believes at the age of 36 he can play until he's 40, and that means playing for a club that's in the Champions League. Atletico Madrid could be an interesting one.
But then by the time he comes back, is he going to be a bit like wasted goods? Like, he'll be coming back to
necessarily.
us. Well, he'll probably still be in good condition, but
We are entering an era now. We look at tennis. I mean, Roger Federer could well make a comeback in September from a knee injury, and he'll be 40 years old.
But don't you want a player whose focus is the team, not the individual?
Yeah.
Yes, you do, but then...
but when you've got a big star, you can't help them. They're a big star.
But if Ronaldo does well for whoever he plays for, then the team does well as well. It all goes, it dovetails, it goes hand in hand. And I suppose at some point in life you have to be... I mean, some would argue that he came back last year when, yes, they're in the Champions League, but they're still in a very good shape.
Yeah.
They lost the Europa League final. Some would say, well, he gave them a season then, and he could give them another season yet. United's still publicly saying he's not for sale. He could well line up for Manchester United in 2 weeks. We're back in the Premier League next in 2 weeks' time, so there's not much time left to get a deal done.
Can I ask you a sort of sporting question? We're thinking of Prince Harry's underwear, whether or not you'd wash it if he gave you a pair. When tennis players, when footballers, at the end of the match or whatever, and they take off their shirt and throw it into the crowd, it's a very sweaty shirt, right? And it's landed on your lap. What do you do with it?
Depends how much the player's been running, actually. What do they do with it? Well, usually there's a stampede to grab it.
Yeah.
After that, some people just keep it for posterity. Sometimes they just resurface. We had the famous story.
Do you wash
the Maradona one.
Yeah, the Maradona one. I mean, Steve Hodges, ex-England player, he got the shirt that day. I mean, there are a few other players I know who played who could have had the shirt, but they're so angry with Maradona they wanted to go near him. Hodge was obviously, I don't know if he was seeing the situation 36 years down the line necessarily, but he was able to get Maradona's shirt, and it sold for, what, £8 million, I think it was, wasn't it?
No, yeah, but do you wash it?
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't
no, you don't
wash
wash it.
I wouldn't wash it.
No,
because
otherwise
then
it's just a normal shirt.
Yes, exactly.
And you don't know what will happen in the wash. It might shrink.
Yeah.
Or
If you go to...
You just let it dry.
Yeah.
If you go to the Wimbledon Museum, down at the All England Club.
Yeah.
The old shirts they've got from players are unwashed, they're untouched, and you can still see sweat marks and stains on it. In fact, I saw Frank Bruno's towel once on a tour of Wembley back in about 1987, and the year before he lost to Tim Witherspoon at Wembley Stadium, and his blood was still on the towel.
Oh.
The blood had only been there a year, but I don't know if you know that blood discolours over a period of time and it turned yellow.
Yeah.
So it was genuine. Nobody could deny that. But yeah, I mean, it preserves the authenticity, and I think someone buying it would want the blood rather than not want the blood.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's the whole. It's got their DNA on
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
If Steve Hodge had washed that Maradona shirt, he would have probably got less than half for it.
Do you guys have any memorabilia or anything from celebrities or sports stars or anything like that? I don't.
Not a massive amount, no.
The only thing I ever had, which it wasn't from a sports star, but you do years and years and years ago, if you're old enough, in the big breakfast news.
Yeah.
Peter Smith.
On Channel 4 in the morning. Peter Smith, that's right. And there was he used to have a mug, like a massive coffee mug thing, with 888 the subtitles numbers on it.
Oh, yeah.
Stuck on the side of the desk. Emma, I pinched it.
Did you? Phil Gale. Phil Gale was his name.
It had brown paint on the inside to make it look like it had coffee in it.
Oh, I see.
Really?
It was a bright yellow mug, and I pinched it. Yeah.
Was it glass? Transparent?
No, it was yellow. It was
I
yellow
see.
ceramic.
Right.
Yeah, nicked it, but I don't know where it is now.
You have the police after you after the show.
The 888. Well, I mean, I worked on the team at the time.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But the 888 was just like stuck on in gaffer tape.
Oh.
Well, Anne said you took some memorabilia from TVAM set.
Yeah,
A bit like fingered, aren't
Yeah. What have you taken from GB, Stephen?
Nothing. I haven't even pinched a mug yet. Yeah.
I've stolen the wage for a few months.
Oh, yeah.
One morning I interviewed all three Bee Gees and John Travolta when they were releasing Saturday Night Fever, and I got them to sign the album, all three of them and him. And it's upstairs in the attic somewhere. Can I find it? I've gone through so many boxes trying to find it. One day I will. Nice one, that one.
When you least expect it.
Yeah.
I was at Robin Gibbs' house actually this week. With his wife Dweena, looking at the exhibition. They've set up an exhibition in Tame of some of his trophies and things. Then I had a poke around the house at all the gold discs and
brilliant!
Amazing.
I was listening to Chain Reaction by Diana Ross this week, written by the Bee Gees. Not a lot of people know that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they wrote a lot for others.
Oh yeah, fantastic! Brilliant songwriter.
Brilliant.
About time, Stephanie.
We've come to the end of our lollipop.
I know. We didn't do our sunglasses.
That's next week.
No, next week we'll work on sunglasses because sun hats went down very well with everybody, didn't they?
We'll try sunglasses. That is it from us. Thank you very much indeed. Not Esther and Philip, it's Sunday.
Get your day right.
It's the political correction.
It's political correction. It's Sunday. Don't go anywhere.
Morning.
OK, let's have a look at the weather for you. The UK has a bit of a mixed picture. Rain in the northwest, sunshine in the southeast. Here are the details.
Well, it'll be a rather cloudy picture across southwest England this lunchtime, with the risk of some patchy light rain. A few glimmers of sunshine are possible, mainly in the east.
Lots of blue sky and sunshine across southeast England by midday. Temperatures climbing quickly into the mid-20s. Feeling warm with some light winds.
South Wales will remain on the cloudy side this lunchtime with outbreaks of rain. The rain could be heavy at times, temperatures reaching 21.
Now let's have a look at the Midlands for you. It's going to be mostly cloudy by midday. The risk of some patchy light rain or drizzle. Feeling a little bit muggy as well as temperatures climb into the low 20s. Should be a little bit breezy as well.
Often cloudy skies are expected this lunchtime across northeast, with the best of any sunnier breaks expected towards Newcastle. Breezy with perhaps a few light showers. Temperatures up to 23.
Southern parts of Scotland seeing some sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers heavy, but they will move quickly on the brisk southwesterly breeze. Highs of 20.
And in Northern Ireland, often cloudy across the country this lunchtime, with scattered heavy showers, windy towards the east coast, feeling muggy with some sunny spells developing